Okay, hello everyone. Today is Tuesday, March 23rd, 2021. The time is 5:31 and we are here tonight for the regular meeting of the Coppell City Council. There is a quorum present, so we will call the meeting to order and we will be in executive session and be back here for a work session shortly. Thank you. Okay, the time is 5:46, and we will move into work session. The first item on our work session agenda is discussion regarding agenda items. Does anybody have any additional or any questions about agenda items? Yes, John?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to go ahead and pull aside consent agenda item number B and C for discussion after the...
Do you want to ask your questions now, or? That's the purpose of the work session, yeah.
So the B is the fire department.
The radios, replacement radios?
Yes.
He's pulling it up.
So is it Mike that I address to, or?
Depends on the question.
Okay, so one of the questions I had was, it says that it's a tier replacement.
Okay, yes.
So what are the tier replacement for the rest of the units, the radios? Or is this the last of it, or how many more do we have that are tiered?
Well, I'll let
scheduled?
Kevin answer the question, but I believe in the memo it talks about several processes, and this is the start to be finished by 2023. So I interpret that to mean that it's going to be this year, next year, and the following year that you'll be getting these third purchases.
Okay.
But Kevin, if he's online, he can be more specific than me just saying a third.
They're not online.
Not?
They're trying to get them online.
They're trying to get them online? Okay.
Well, I saw that as 19 will basically come to end of life by 2023.
And that's why they're starting the purchases now.
Okay.
And so that we're budgeting, like we have this year, to replace a third.
One third.
Right. That's my understanding, but
So the other question I had was, when these reach end of life, what do we do with them?
they're it's a question for Kevin. I just know that they're not usable anymore, so they're not something that we can use them for public safety purposes.
Not that we use them, but do we have some way of recouping the cost? Or do we just trash them?
I know what we did when we first made some purchases back when we combined services with Farmers Branch and Carrollton and Addison. We got some credits at that time because we converted over to some radios, but I don't know in this specific situation. I don't know if they have any residual value at all.
I'm just wondering because they're not cheap. We're talking about what, almost 8,000 each. I think there's seven units.
Yes, they are what they cost. Yes, yeah.
And then as far as the new ones that we get, do we know how long the end of life that those come with?
Again, I would like to have the fire department to respond to you.
Well, I don't know if he's going to come, but that's the question I had on those.
Okay. As soon as they get online, we'll be able to bring them back.
And then what about C?
On that one.
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Okay. Put your machine on, or your. There you go. Thank you.
Your machine.
Just trying to get away from the smell of cake over here. Yes. Were these radios not? They were included in the budget, the 2021 budget.
Yes, sir.
The budget that's been approved by the council.
Yes.
Okay. So
And
we
and
have
had
discussed
it-
this.
Yeah, we have discussed it then, but John wasn't here back then, so.
Okay, but the citizens need to know that this is a. I mean, it's fine for clarification, but
Yeah.
we've already approved those radios
Yeah,
and the tiered 3-year deal.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Through the budget, yes. Okay, your second on item C.
On item C, it looks like this is a 1-year contract with option to renew. Is that
Lloyd, you're
Lloyd,
muted.
You're muted or something. I'll try again. Yep, we have got no sound, Lloyd.
No sound.
Oh, we got you.
Oh, wait.
It just came alive.
Keep talking.
did?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Speak
But
loudly.
yes, sir, it is a 1-year contract with 4 renewal options.
And how much of a difference is this contract from the last one that we had?
How much different is it?
Yes.
Well, this one obviously is going to this assist us with our mowing operations, which that we made that decisions back in 2006 to start transitioning away from mowing services and focusing on all the new landscaping that was going in, all the new native drought tolerant landscaping that we have out on all of our a lot of our medians now, and in a lot of our parks. Any of the new facilities that we build, we have those landscapes put in. Also, it was in an effort to help us increase our efforts on our ball fields to get our game fields up to where they are today.
Lloyd, I think he's asking, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but how much was the contract last year?
Last year,
Yes.
they had increased it. The contract, here's in 2017 when we originally bid it out, the vendor bid $261,000. And in 2019, they put a request in for 4% increase, which took it to $272,000. And then in 2020, they did another price increase, but it was a mix and match. I didn't understand it, but it took it almost to $280,000 if they would have met all their cycles. And so at that time, we felt like we needed to go out and check pricing and see if we could do better, and which we did. And so in 2021, the bid that we're looking at going with here and asking for tonight to be awarded is actually about $2,000 more than it was in 2017, so $263,000.
And this is just strictly mowing, right? It doesn't have anything to do with if there's a lot of leaves, raking the leaves, or anything to that effect.
No, sir. There are some alternates. Like on the other contract, if we need them, we have competitive pricing. One of those alternates is for plant replacement. We would purchase the plant's wholesale cost. We would buy them and then have their labor force put it in. This would help us, like here recent weather event that we just went through, this historic event. We're anticipating a lot of plant material not making it. We'll find that out here in the next 3 weeks. And so what that'll do is that'll allow us, if we have a little bit of funding there, we can go up to 275 max here, not to exceed. So we have a little bit of money that's there that we can allocate towards those type of activities so our staff can stay on schedule with their duties. But the general contract is for mowing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We didn't have Chief come so we can ask that question during the meeting.
Brad Simpkins is supposedly logging on,
Okay.
but we can still come back to it during the work session.
Okay.
Mayor, Chief Richardson is on.
Chief Richardson is on? Okay. Hello, Chief. How are you doing? Can you hear us?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
John had a couple of questions regarding the replacement of the radios. So I will let him ask those questions.
Okay, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I was just trying to get some information as to when these radios come to end of life, what do we do with them? Is there a possibility of recouping them, or is it just that we just can't get anything out of that and just have to trash them?
Yeah, so actually we don't trash them. What we actually do is we downgrade them and we use them in other locations.
When you say other location, it is usable, and we continue to use them until they're basically just not unusable
Yes,
at
sir.
all?
Yes, sir. They don't. The city manages all the radios, not just public safety. So these are public works, police, fire, parks, and rec. And typically, what we do is download them from emergency response to other locations within the city.
So even though it says that the end of life is actually expected to be 2023, it's not the case that where we can't use it at all. We are going to continue to use them until they basically just die. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct. We use them until they become not usable, or it exceeds the repairs cost more than it is for the life of the radio.
Thank you. That's what I want to know.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions about the agenda? Oh, do you still want those items pulled, or do you? No, you're good? Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions on the agenda? Hearing none, we'll go to the next item on the work session agenda, which is Chief Barton, who is ecstatic that he's here in person. And we are going to discuss the Tethering Ordinance. So welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have to remove my mask because my glasses are going to fog. So, Mayor and Council, I'm back to continue our discussion about potential tethering ordinance for the city of Coppell. I'm going to do just a quick recap of where we've been and where we are tonight. We had several citizens over several years kept reaching out to the PD, expressing their desire for us to have a tethering ordinance. And so recently we decided to come to council. Council said, yeah, let's take a look at it. And so we began to move forward. The same concerned citizens who were contacting, I know at least myself, kept insisting that we look at the Dallas ordinance, that was the model. And so we started looking at everything. And before I move into that particular ordinance, there are a couple things mainly just one thing I want to kind of clarify before I move forward with the ordinance that came up last week, and I'm not sure everybody was clear, and so forgive me if you were clear, but I'm going to go back over. Next slide, please. So all of our city ordinances for the city of Coppell, especially the ones with animal, they're all Class C Class C misdemeanors. And a Class C misdemeanor is only punishable in the state of Texas by a fine not to exceed $500. It doesn't have to be $500, but that's the cap. And we use that if you get a citation for a leash law violation, dangerous dogs, or any violations to the animal care part of the ordinance. Now, the state tethering law, which we currently operate under, is also a Class C misdemeanor. And so it carries the same exact punishment. Just because it's a state law, it's still a state. It's Class C misdemeanor. That's Code of Criminal Procedure. And And so it's always going to be heard in the municipal court of Coppell. As we move into, and I think this is where I wanted to take things, is when we start getting into animal abuse, when we start to see an animal that is being abused, regardless, whether it's tethering, whether it's leaving them in a hot car, whatever it is, we turn to the penal code, because the penal code, the animal cruelty code, is very, very robust and it's very broad. And we have used that code because it has a lot more impact. It has the lowest level cruelty to animal is a Class A misdemeanor, which is jailable, all the way up to felonies. And I will tell you this, in talking with our animal services folks, we virtually have no animal abuse in Coppell. I mean, it is, I know we filed a case last year, but I can't think of a time in my career here that we had filed another one. And I could have missed one, but I know we filed one last year. But that's where we would go if an animal was being harmed to the point where they were suffering or they were being hurt. That's where we would go. So returning back to the Dallas request for the Dallas ordinance, I think Mr. Hager was here with y'all. We went and looked at the ordinance. The ordinance was well written. We also took the exception that a citizen also voiced that we should move that exception, that 3-hour exception, to do a temporary task like repair a fence, and we brought it to 1 hour, and we added that in. And what we proposed last session was a mirror of the Dallas ordinance. That's what we presented, with that exception in there. There were more modifications that were suggested to what we had proposed, and we didn't get all those to all of you, and so we tabled it, and we're back tonight. I know it was in y'all's packet, and I'm willing to discuss any of those changes. The way I read the changes collectively, I'm going to sum it up from my perspective. There were a lot of administrative type corrections just to make the words flow, adding in or other animal. We can fix that. That's not a problem. There are some things, in my opinion, that cause some redundancy if we put them in there. And then there are a couple things in there that, in my opinion, are very specific. And when you start getting into very specifics, sometimes that hampers the spirit of the ordinance, because if it's too specific, we can't make enough ordinances to cover every single thing that could possibly happen with a tethered animal. I mean, and so that's just I'll give you an example. Specific is the type of tether it has to be. There's 3, they suggest 3, and if that's what we want to do, that's fine, but I don't know all the different materials that you can make a tether out of. But if you get outside those 3, then that citizen is going to be bound to those 3. So again, I'm all ears. We can move forward. I'm just here tonight looking for direction of what is it of the most recent suggestions that we want to keep in there, we don't really need, or is there anything in our proposed that we proposed last week that you have questions on? And I'm more than happy to answer any questions y'all have.
Okay. Anybody have any? Everybody had a chance to review it, and questions? John?
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I think last time, I don't know if you recall, but I did talk about whether there can be some sort of a program, educational program, so that the prosecutor has an option to defer the violators to that program instead of fining them. Is that something in the works, or would so that if this does go into effect, that the prosecutor actually does have an option to get them to the program?
Well, the courts and the prosecutor, they could put together a program like that. I don't know of a program like that. I do know that under the animal cruelty laws, there are some exceptions in there that say, if it's a juvenile or something similar to that, they do the county courts put them into education programs. We could suggest that to the municipal court, but I will tell you that our animal services officers and our police officers, if they get the call, these things in Coppell are typically educational. The one dog that started this discussion, we had to go out and educate them a couple of times because they just didn't know the law. But they immediately rectified the situation. Look, if this were to become a problem, tethering problem, because we're just talking about tethering here, I would probably approach the municipal court and say, because, if there's other alternatives, then we could do that. I don't foresee that happening, though.
Well, and that was the reason why, because if I remember last time, you had stated that the repeat offender, it was just that they didn't know, not that they were intentionally trying to hurt the dog. So if they are repeated violators, then it'll probably be a good thing for them. Fining is the money, but if we're able to educate them, I think we could get a lot more benefit out of that. So I was just wondering if the prosecutor would have some sort of an option rather than just going straight to the fine.
There may be an education, program out there for animal violations. I talked to the court coordinator today. I did not ask that question, but I can find that out. I'm sure there is. Because there's a program for almost everything out there. So,
in this case, it goes to the court, and the judge has options. Correct?
Absolutely, they have.
So whatever is available out there, and the judges make themselves aware of, then they have the options. This is actually just how it's policed, correct?
Yes, this would give us a more restrictive enforcement of the state law that we're currently enforcing.
Okay.
And I don't know whether there is one or not, and I'm just saying if there isn't one, I would like to see whether the animal service with the police trying to come up with a program so that the violators would have or they'll be educated more rather than just being fined. That was just my point.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mark?
John, I do have a question for you. If we don't have one and we've got to develop one, then that's costing the city money because someone has violated this ordinance, and I don't quite agree with that position.
Yeah. And I appreciate you disagreeing, but I think to have an option for the prosecutor, it's not just that we want to fine them, but we want to educate them so maybe going forward, they'll learn about what to do rather than being subject to another fine. So I think that's a better alternative if we had that choice. And of course, it's up to the prosecutor and the judge to give that if they see. I'm not talking about extreme cases where they see that it was intentional hurting the dog, but I'm talking about the innocent ones who don't really know that the ordinance is there and violate that, and then at least give them an option to learn about it rather than just fining them.
This particular discussion is more about the judicial side, and we're talking here about the ordinance. So I think the policing side of us already does what you're talking about, and using the one example that we've had, that you go out and you educate. So what you're talking about is a next step, I believe, if there's issues in the future. And it's not something that's part of this, because we're talking about the ordinance itself, not the and the enforcement of the ordinance on the policing side. The judicial side is a different side.
And I get that. And just like a citation, right? The judge has a choice of giving them deferred disposition, or they have educational programs such as safety driving course that they have an option to. All I'm saying is, if we don't have one, it'd be nice for them to have an option so that it doesn't always turn into a fine. That's all I'm saying.
Mark?
So the judge does have an option not necessarily to impose that fine. If it's written $500 here, then they have the option to defer it, and that's what you're getting at.
But usually with the deferral, there is a requirement of it, whether it be educational program, something. So I'm just saying that if we give the prosecutor and the judge an option, they don't always have to turn into fines only.
And the option would need to be in the ordinance, $500 or?
Not necessarily, but if they don't have a program, what choice do they have?
That's true.
Okay, Mark, did you have something else about the ordinance? I did not. You did not? Is anybody? Wes?
Thanks. Danny, the items in red, were these added after our last session, or were these part of the original version is showing a change to the Dallas County ordinance?
Those were the suggested changes after we submitted the proposal.
After last meeting, in other words.
It got to you after the meeting. I saw it the day of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
Just a second. Is there anybody else who has a question? No? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. On C2, if you could look at the ordinance 913C2, the way the revised version, which says not exceeding 1 hour in a 24-hour period, provided such time is no longer than necessary. If such time is needed to be longer, it just sounds like convoluted language where I think that could be cleared up better.
Well, I agree. That's the exact wording out of the state law.
But you see what I'm talking about? Provided that such time is no longer necessary. But if it is necessary, then are we talking about that kind of trumps that, or?
Well, the way I read that is, if I'll use the broken fence analogy that we used. If I have to fix a fence, I got to tether my dog, I got to run to Home Depot, I come back to fix my fence, I have to untether that dog when I'm done with the fence. I don't get just a free hour.
Sure.
I think that's where the no longer than is necessary.
It's I think, but it could be also arguable saying that if it is necessary, then I could continue on a little longer. I'm just saying that it's worded in a way that, it could be worded better to say that 1 hour is the maximum. That's it.
Let me make sure I understand you. You're saying either make it 1 hour period, or just make the wording just however much time is necessary.
Just to clarify this portion, are we saying that 1 hour is the maximum no matter what, but if it's done earlier, sooner than that, then it can't be 1 hour? Or are we talking about if it's more than necessary, that 1 hour is exempted, does not apply?
So this says if you're doing a temporary task and you have to tether your dog, and you're not going to be with it as we're proposing here. You're not going to stay with that dog. The way this is read, and this is what the citizens suggested, was we only allow 1 hour for that to happen.
No more than.
No more than 1 hour. If we stay with this.
In a 24-hour period.
Yeah, I'm just saying it could be. So it could have been worded a little better.
Do you want it to be more restrictive to 1 hour? Like, kind of draw a more black and white line there?
Well, putting the word provided such time is, it kind of makes it sounds like that if it is needed more than necessary for 1 hour, then it allows it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. So our original wording, it just said it had and. That was it.
Yeah.
For clarity's sake, strike that in red because it just creates confusion.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. And return the and.
Yeah, return the and. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't have an issue.
And we did talk about last time that tethering a dog is to a solid object, an immovable object. So somebody walking a dog is not tethered, according to this.
No, tethering is to a fixed object.
Does anybody have any other questions or comments? Can we move forward with this ordinance as we just made that one change? I can't see everybody. I hate this. I can't see everybody.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions?
Do you want me to leave all the other suggestions in it, or just the proposed one without the one suggestion?
In fact, you actually talked about it. It sounds to me like the way this, and I don't want to get into the legal wording of it, but if it's made of something other than leather, nylon, or fabric, then this wouldn't apply because to your point, we're being so specific on the type of tether on the material. Wouldn't we be better off leaving that out?
That's my recommendation. Is because we know. I think the spirit of what they were trying to do is to avoid chains, and chains are already illegal by state law.
Well, and chains are always in a pinch, prong, or choke type anyway, so I would agree. I've never seen a chain collar that didn't fit in one of the ones that's excluded.
Right.
Just to make it easier for the police to enforce this, I think removing the type of material would be wise.
How about non-metallic? Or not a chain?
So some cities have in theirs. It just says
Not a
no chain.
No chain.
I'd be good with that. That'd make it easier for you to.
Yeah.
I mean, I've never seen a carbon fiber leash, but I guess you could come up with one.
Probably fitted harness not made of chain.
I can do that.
We can't hear you. You need to come up here. I'm sorry.
Right now, we kind of have that, we're talking about striking the made of leather, nylon, or fabric. What we would suggest doing is including that within the definition of properly fitted. So it's just kind of all in properly fitted, because properly fitted right now says does not impede the animal's normal breathing, and obviously is in a manner that does not allow for escape. We would include whether y'all want to have non-metallic or not chain within that definition of properly fitted, so it would apply to both collars and harnesses.
That makes
just
sense.
all in one location rather than split out also
That makes sense.
in this piece.
Mm-hmm.
And even probably if we wanted to if y'all wanted to keep in the pinch, prong, or choke type of collar harness, that may also be better.
So-
Put
In the
with
definition of the properly.
within the definition, rather than in this provision, subsection. Just a thought for you.
I don't want to call attention to what the Mays family does, but every harness and collar we have would be qualified as a pinch collar because they're made out of their fabric and they just have the P loop. So the ones that we normally walk our dogs with are, I mean, we're not leashing, we're not tethering them, but that would be our typical tether type of, if we were going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So I've kind of got a little problem with that point, but I certainly understand, you don't want to leave a tethered animal out.
Well, and that was my point when we were asking the questions earlier or last time about walking the dog, because I have 2 90-pound dogs that I walk at the same time, and they have choke collars on them, and they know not to go past the choke. Otherwise, my neighbors would know my dogs better than they wanted to. Mm-hmm. So that's why it was so important to me to make sure that we're not.
And
if a definition, if that definition that you're talking about only goes to this section, then that's good. If it goes to a section that talks about somebody walking the streets, walking their dogs, then that's a problem.
Well, I think it looks like we're okay. I would think we're okay because the main heading here is B, which does say tethered to a stationary object or trolley system.
Yep.
Okay, I'm okay now. Had to talk it out. Thank you.
We just want to make sure we're not, making ourselves painting ourselves into a corner here. Okay, so are you guys okay with those definitions going into the definition of a proper harness instead of specifically in this? Yeah, our legal attorney, our city attorney. Okay. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. What else? Is there anything else in here that was problematic as far as enforcement?
A couple of things. Down in the extreme weather conditions, what we attached was the wording right out of the state law. And I think the person, I don't know who made the suggestion, but we had actual or effective outdoor temperature below 32. They suggested we change it to wind chill factor. There's really no way for us to know what the wind chill factor is. So. Yeah.
So the state law says actual or effective?
It says effective, but I don't know. We've never used this line for anything.
I think if effective is defined, what does that mean? I mean, I think it means wind chill factor, right?
That's the way I understand it. That's how it feels.
Yeah, it's how it feels, which may or may not be a wind. It may be moisture. It may be lots of different things, not just wind.
Effective is defined somewhere. What does that really mean?
I could not find it. Do you know, Counselor?
It probably isn't defined. What it would be would just be like common usage, the common definition of that term. So effective would probably mean what we're discussing here. What does it actually feel like rather than the actual temperature? So I believe it would include wind chill under that effective term.
And then that takes out the specificness of wind chill factor, because somehow you would police officer would have to define and document what the wind chill factor was. And so if you say effective, it feels like it's below freezing, and therefore I'm making this judgment call.
Yes, we would have to, if we use the wind chill factor as part of our, if the person said, I'm not taking my dog off the tether, then, because remember in C, the owner has to be present under this new ordinance. So it's not like the owner is inside the house where it's warm. They're required to be outside anyway. So I think it'll just take care of itself. I wouldn't stay outside that long if it was that cold.
So the state law says effective outdoor temperature.
Yes, ma'am.
How does everybody feel about that? What did he say?
Wonderful.
You're okay with that?
It provides clarification.
It's consistent with the state law, so that's, and everybody, you all know what that means.
Yes.
Okay. And then anything else?
And then the last one, D, a severe storm warning with potential for hail. That is brand new, and I just think that is something that's just, it's. I understand what they're getting at, but again, I go back to the owner's got to be present, and then also, at what point when that storm is deemed a warning, where do we start the clock?
Yeah.
I mean, in the springtime, almost all of our storms have hail.
Well, you have the same item, the same thing in B and C. So I guess that citizen wanted to add severe storms because we have more than our share of hail in our world.
So, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Chief, question for you: is that part of the state law?
No, it's not. Just A, B, and C are the state law.
The D, is it part of the Dallas ordinance?
No.
So this is something input we received from our
yes
citizens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, I mean, with having D on there, is that something that will make your job enforcement a little more difficult because you can't determine what sometimes a severe storm might be, when it's actually going to be here, and so forth?
No, I'll be honest. None of these proposals are going to make our jobs harder. I just know that when citizens go out and read ordinances, if they go out and read them, sometimes there's confusion. And then sometimes, if the officer shows up and he says, hey, you need to untether your dog, per law, we might get into, well, yeah, I know there's a severe thunderstorm, but I'm not doing it until the clouds are closer, or, again, it's very hypothetical. I don't. Well, we can leave it in there and it's not going to hurt our enforcement at all.
Well, I'm asking for your opinion, professional opinion. Is that something we could do without and just do fine, or is that something that you feel that is necessary?
No, I think we could do without it and just go with the state law, and then, the simpler the better.
I would defer to what Chief was saying, that we don't really need that D in there.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I was going to say, I'd agree with that too. I mean, the simpler the better overall, so I'm good with that.
Okay. So what I have heard was moving the definition of harnessed, or moving the specifics in item 2 to the definition of harness. Take out the item in number 2 that put the and back in, and take out provided such time is. And then change the word wind chill factor to effective, and then take out item D. Is that what I heard? Yes? 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 Okay. Are you good with that?
I am good with it.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
No, thank you.
Would you have said otherwise?
Yes, sir.
Can we get clarification? What, did you want the leather not on the fabric? Did you want no chain? Or y'all want it non-metallic? Just to clarify. That made of leather not on the fabric harness section to the definition?
I think we talked about either non-metallic or no chain is what the last thing that we talked about. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank y'all.
Appreciate it. The next item is C, discussion regarding Magnolia Park Trail section. And we have John Elias with Ed Guion here. That'd be fun. Good to see Mr. Guion. Mr. Elias, what do you have for us tonight?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is John Elias. I'm the Park Project Manager with the City of Coppell. I'm here tonight to lead a follow-up discussion regarding the two trail alignment options for the Magnolia Park Trail. Please recall, at the last City Council meeting, Council requested City staff, our consulting engineer, Half and Associates, to meet with the consulting engineer hired by the Magnolia Park HOA and come back to the March 23rd City Council meeting work session and update City Council on that meeting. I'll start the presentation with a brief summary of the history of this project. I'll then summarize the meeting that was held with the consulting engineers, and then I'll review the two trail alignment options again, and direction is still needed regarding which trail alignment option to move forward with for the design of this project. Next slide, please. So again, and some of this is repetitive because we've been in here several times. So I want to be clear, everybody knows what we're talking about. This is a site map that shows the location of Magnolia Park and the specific lake that we're talking about. Red dot marks the spot. I will say that both of these lakes are in Magnolia Park, in city property. We are talking about the westernmost lake. Next slide, please. So this slide contains bullet points with general information regarding the project to this point. I won't read through all the bullet points as they're all the same. I've showed this slide every time I've been in here. I would like to point out, though, that this is the fourth time we've been back to City Council on this topic. We've had two at-length discussions at Park Board, and there's been multiple opportunities for citizen input throughout this process. So if council would like for me to go into more detail on any of these, I will. I'll slide to the bottom one, which is the March 12th meeting that was held with the engineers. And that's what I'm here tonight to give a briefing on. Next slide, please. So I'm going to utilize this slide, which is design alternative A, which I've showed you before. The reason I'm going to utilize this slide to discuss the meeting with the engineers is the alignment that was proposed by the Magnolia Park HOA and their consulting engineer is basically identical to this alignment. The only difference is they're proposing it to be at grade all the way across, whereas you can see on this alignment, we had it approximately 50% elevated structure. So with that, I'll go ahead and brief the meeting. The meeting was held via Zoom on Friday, March 12th. In attendance at that meeting was Kirk Wilson and Dennis Haar with Half and Associates, Mike Garza, our city engineer, and myself from the city of Coppell, as well as Jeff Cornell with CCM Engineering. Mr. Cornell had prepared an opinion of probable cost for both options A and B. In the meeting we had with the engineers, we only focused on option A, which was the south side. We did not discuss option B, basically his alignment. Everything was identical to our alignment B. So we spent the entire meeting focusing on this alignment, which was the south side. Per Mr. Cornell, the concrete trail along the option A route would provide some stabilization where concrete is placed. He is recommending an upgrade to the concrete trail with a vertical or angled concrete stem wall that can provide additional creek bank stabilization. The stem wall would be constructed below the trail in areas where the creek bank may need stabilized. Mr. Cornell estimates about 20% of the trail will need this additional stabilization. Option A will require the removal of some brush, vines, and small trees 2 inches or smaller and the vegetation that exists along the route. In Mr. Cornell's opinion, the trail can be constructed within this partially wooded area and avoid the removal of any 6-inch trees or larger. The existing creek bank along the south side of the pond has areas where the bank is eroding or sloughing off. Some creek bank erosion has also occurred on the banks of Denton Creek. It is probable that these areas will require future stabilization. Some of the Denton Creek banks have been stabilized with gabions in some critical areas. And then, per Mr. Cornell, the city should consider option A for the proposed trail based on the following. The OPC, opinion of probable cost, shows that option A can be less expensive. And his proposal, he had $487,776 for the at-grade alignment. He also says option A is located where the original trail was initially constructed. Option A has the ability to provide some creek bank stabilization. The City of Coppell Public Works Department can evaluate option A to see if they want to incorporate any additional creek bank stabilization to this project. And then his final statement was option A provides a beautiful trail through a shady wooded area. So to summarize the meeting, again, and we kind of talked about this briefly at the end of the last meeting, the biggest difference here is that they're proposing it to be at grade all the way across, whereas this design alternative A that I had presented to council and to Park Board, we did not. We had an elevated structure in there, and we also had armoring on half of this. The entire length of the orange section, we had armoring that edge. I think the point that they wanted to get across, and I can concur with this point, is this is not the cheapest option. What I was proposing for design alternative A. Obviously, going at grade across there is cheaper than doing an elevated structure. I think that some of the discussions were going towards, the times we're in, budgets and money savings, and it's just easier to take the cheaper side, which is the north route. And I think they had some concerns that's not all true, that option A can be done cheaper. And I would agree with that. We've never said that this option couldn't be done at grade all the way along there. Our concerns all along were for the longevity of this trail and the sustainability of it, and that we would like to do this one time and have it last and know that it will last, as opposed to potentially having to come back to do repairs should we have a flood event like we had in 2015. And so the meeting was fairly short. It was about 30 to 45 minutes. We tend to agree with most of what he's saying. It can be done for cheaper than the option that we had proposed. Again, our concern was that will it stay there if we have another event like this? The other stuff that he's saying could be added to this, which would be additional erosion protection on the Denton Creek side, that would be extra and added to this project and to his pricing. And so, we're comfortable with everything they're saying. It can be done cheaper. Again, we were more looking for the long term. We wanted to be able to guarantee you guys that this trail can stay. We still stand by that statement. If we go with an at-grade one, I still can't guarantee that. But what they're proposing is an option, and it is certainly cheaper than the option that I proposed. His number came out to $487,776. Our questions to him were, did you include any of the stem walls or any of the additional erosion protection in this? His answer was his concrete numbers are fluffed up enough that he felt that would incorporate that into it. His erosion protection is what we refer to as live staking. Basically, it's not going in there with riprap or stuff of that nature. It's going in there with there's numerous ways of doing it. Chain link fence is one, where you actually just put chain link fence against the bank, and then you actually life stake plant material back in there to reestablish the living material to hold the bank in place. And he does have a fair amount of that in his proposal. He had $70,000 to do that. So, you know, the meeting was short, but it was very beneficial, I think, to both. He understood our concerns. We asked him straight up, what are your concerns with going on the south side? His first one was, and we totally agree with, it's the first section when you first come off of the spillway and you're heading west. It's very narrow there. To get a 10-foot trail in there, we've only got 30 feet of land there now. To get an 8 or 10-foot trail in there and to be able to build it, we're going to need about half of that land to be able to build this. And so we have some concerns there. He does as well. He says it can be done, but we agree there's concerns there. His other concern was that we're going back. This proposal is putting the trail back in where one had already been placed previously and had to be removed for the erosion. That's obviously a concern, and we both agreed on that. Again, he's still confident that it can be done on grade. One thing I did wanted to clarify with him was, you know, when you're saying at grade, are you proposing this to run directly along the shoreline? Because you're saying we can shore up the shoreline and put the trail in all at the same time and kill two birds with one stone. That is not what he's proposing. He's proposing the alignment that we're showing here. It's not running along the edge. In two areas, he's saying we would put stem walls underneath the trail to help hold that in place, about 20% of the trail. So, you know, the meeting was good. We've looked at this option. We've actually discussed this option. And we discussed this at a fair amount of length at the first council meeting that I came to in January. Our concerns all along were removing trees and creating a more erosive area. Not that there's bad erosion going on there now. I'm not saying there's not erosion going on there. There is erosion going on there. But it's not to the extent that you can kill two birds with one stone here. In fact, and we would recommend this, any erosion repairs or actions done with this project to address erosion in this area can be done with either trail option, whether we go on the north side and do the trail and come back down to the south side and address some of these areas where there's been some sloughing off and some live staking. That can all be done with either alignment. We're not saying that we don't need to do some erosion control down there. I think where we ended was we're back to the original question that I've asked council is, do we really want the trail going down through here? The actual trail going down through here does not help in preventing erosion. Some of the erosion control measures we can put into place will. The trail does not add to the erosion protection. And so that's where we left the meeting. And I would tell council tonight, if council is comfortable with us moving with the south side, we can certainly design a trail that goes down through there at grade. And we can also design some protective measures for erosion there. You know, but we're still we can't guarantee if we have an event like we had in 2015 that the trail will still be there. That's where we were at in January when we were in here, and that's where we're still at after our discussion with the engineer. And so that's I know it's a quick summary of the meeting, and so we're open to discussion on the south side and designing something on the south side if that's the direction council wants us to go with. I would say though that erosion control can be added to either option. Neither one of them are included in our estimates, and they're not included in his as well. They would all have to be added, and we're comfortable adding those, either option. So that's where we're at. It was a productive meeting. They do have a good engineer. He was valuable and added some good comments. I will say that the discussion was high level. He has not done a design. He's done a concept. We have not done a design. We have done a concept. So we couldn't sit down and discuss plans and, well, how are you going to do this? And what are you thinking here? It was at a high level, a conceptual level, that this can be done. He's comfortable saying that can be done. And again, we're not comfortable saying that trail can be guaranteed to still be there. And that's really the differences that we have. And so with that, I will go ahead and summarize the two alignments that we've had. This, again, is kind of repetitive, but this is alignment A. We talked about this previously. The original alignment, we had an elevated structure going all the way across. It was very pricey. And so we wanted to have more options for council to look at. That's why we circled back and asked for a north option. That's why we reduced the boardwalk down here as far as we could. And we still weren't comfortable enough to recommend going with this side, but we are comfortable enough to say that something on this south side could be done. Our estimate for this side was at $984,000. So clearly, that's lower than, or that's higher than the consultant engineer for Magnolia Park. He's closer to $500,000. So, I think there's some relevance to that. I've been telling you all along, it's going to take, $900,000 to $1.2 million to do this south side. In fact, it could be done cheaper. We weren't looking for the cheapest cost. We were looking for what would be the best long range, option to do this. So again, our estimate for this with the half elevated structure is $984,000. The estimate that the consulting engineer with the HOA has to go at grade across here would be closer to $500,000 with whatever additional erosion we would have on that. Next slide, please. This is alignment B. This is the north option. It is longer. It's about 1,500 linear feet, whereas it's about 1,000 linear feet going across the south side. Our estimate on this side is $370,000. In previous meetings, I have indicated to council that that's probably light, depending on what all we would have to do for landscaping and screening and those types of things. I think it's closer to about 450. And we still stand with that. With that, I'll be happy to answer any questions council might have.
Thank you, John. That was a good summary of everything that's been going on. What we're here to do tonight is to talk about, what our next steps are, and they need some direction. It seems like we've been talking through this for many, many years, even back when the trail map was done. And then this particular project was put as a safe routes to school, and therefore was kind of moved up the priority list as that residential developments really, this trail is supposed to help kids get to Denton Creek and north. But there's no specific immediacy to this other than the funds are available, And as you have each heard through your tenure, that trails are the things that people are always asking for, and they're always looking for us to connect more and more connectivity. And this Safe Routes to School made it important as well. And then staff feels that pricing right now would probably be advantageous for us. But that still doesn't mean that a decision has to be made tonight. We have a group of citizens who have shown us that they are not for this. First, it wasn't for the connectivity at all, and now they would rather have the south than the north. But they don't. We have heard recently that they feel like they have not been heard. So, looks like we have a couple of options. We can go ahead and make a decision, or we can give the HOA an opportunity to present to council. And not unlike we have done before when people have asked the council to do things, they can, have their 30 minutes or 45 minutes to present their case to council, and then we can make the decision after that time frame. So obviously this is council's pleasure, so tell me how you want to move forward. Councilmember Mays.
Before I do that, I'd like to ask John a question. The one thing that I was missing from your presentation, which was, as usual, very thorough, after the March meeting, did our engineering firm, Half and Associates, have an opportunity to go back and look at or think about what Mr. Crannell had proposed, and did they come back with an opinion or assessment of that? Kind of where was our engineering firm stand on the entire discussion?
So, yes, they did. I actually asked them to share with me an opinion of probable cost for an at-grade trail to go along there, to compare to the one that we received from the HOA. I did receive that. They did go ahead and add in some erosion control to it. Their number came up again. The actual trail at grade trail was pretty consistent with what Mr. Crannell was proposing, around $500,000. They also added, again, this is their estimate, that it would take an additional $300,000 worth of protective erosion control. So to answer your question, yes, they looked at it. They compared his pricing, and his pricing did not include, he had in his that Public Works can add in there any of these measures to the creek side. They're in the same, their recommendation is that it's better to go on the north side. That opinion did not change, but we did have them go ahead and price out just to see if the numbers that we got from Mr. Crannell are accurate, and they appear to be fairly accurate as what it would cost to do at grade across there.
Thank you. So I'm not ready to make a decision tonight. I think we need to hear more as you were proposing. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I would say the same. I don't know that I'm ready to make a decision right now, and I don't know. I guess this is work session, and we still have the regular. I don't know if there's citizens' appearance on this. I think there's a letter that's going to be read in, and there's no urgency. Obviously, we've been talking about it for years, so I do understand that. But I also just want to make sure that, and John, thank you for your presentation, and very thorough, as Wes mentioned, and appreciate the background and all the information. And I guess just want to make sure that we've, that everyone has felt heard, everybody, we've thought through all the different options, and then, again, we're looking for a long-term solution, not a Band-Aid. So I just want to make sure we do it right.
Anyone else have a comment? Mark?
Thank you, Mayor. So, can you go back to the slide that you had up of the option A? Yeah, so let me put my glasses on because I can't see a thing. So, opinion of probable cost for the at-grade trail. Did he include the pond edge armoring?
So he's going to do it with live staking. He does have money in there to go back in there and do live staking. He has about $70,000 in there, so he does have that.
And we're including the pond edge armoring to reinforce the bank and the levee. Is that the purpose?
The purpose of the pond edge armoring is to prevent sloughing off on the pond edge and it undercutting the trail. That's what happened last time. The pond edge would slough off and then over time it got underneath the trail and then that's what compromised the trail. So that's what we're saying. And again, live staking is a decent proposal for armoring that. There are a number of ways to armor that protection to keep the sloughing off from happening.
Okay, and then the boardwalk construction would be done similar to what's going to be done over at Andy Brown?
That's correct. We're using concrete piers.
And then we felt we needed to do that so it would last longer?
That's correct. We were uncomfortable with at grade all the way across. We realized that elevated all the way across was pretty expensive. So we tried to compromise to get a number that was more reasonable to share with you all, even though we were not recommending it. We cut it in half. The original cost was $2 million. We were, again, uncomfortable going at grade all the way across, and I think that's the main difference between city staff and our consulting engineer and their consulting engineer. He's not uncomfortable with at grade all the way across.
And then if you were going to do not do a boardwalk for that 442 linear feet, would you do pond edge armoring there as well?
I would. He does not have that. He only had pond armoring on 20% of his, that's what he doesn't have a plan. These are conceptual ideas. And so he was anticipating about 20% of the trail, or 200 linear feet of pond armoring. If we do something across there, at grade, then our recommendation is going to be some sort of armoring all the way across.
Because as you stated earlier, there used to be a section of trail through there, and it washed out. So we don't want to spend our money and have it wash out again. So we've got to do it with a design such that it's going to be able to stay in place when we have these flood situations, which occur every few years. That would be, would that be accurate?
You lost me a little bit there. So it would be accurate that if we go at grade, that our design's probably going to have pond edge armoring the entire length.
To avoid washing out like we've done previously.
It's to hold it in place.
Yeah.
Live staking is a good option to do that.
So I think that before we could consider even going that route is, what's it going to take to install this at grade so it's going to stay in place, because we don't want to go back in a third time and rebuild this. So
the picture in my head is there was no, everything was underwater over there. So if it wouldn't just be one side, it would be both sides.
Yeah, I was looking at the drone video from the flood at that time, and it's all underwater.
It's all underwater.
And you've got a raging river on one side. And so, I mean, that's my concern of trying to put it back.
Yep.
So
I agree.
But again, I'm in no rush to, if we need to have further discussions, we want input from the residents. I'm all for that. And I'm all for more discussion with the engineers, because I realize that he was trying to head out of town, so he may not have had the in-depth discussion and the necessary background information to be fully engaged with our engineers. So if they want to have another discussion once he gets back, he's going to be out of town for a while, I'm all for it. And if the HOA wants to have a representative of theirs attend the meeting as well, so be it. I mean, we're transparent. We're not trying to hide anything here. And if there's a better way to skin the cat, then let's do it.
Pardon me?
What's it?
Bijou, do you have something?
Thank you, Mayor. Mike, I have a question for you. You said we can do some additional preliminary work. Can you explain what is that? You said for both option A and B?
I think John. I mean, the if I'm hearing the council correctly, what the mayor asked was for an opportunity for the representative of the HOA to prepare their information, much like any other citizen that's come before, and provide their information. They would provide that information to the council. The council can ask questions of clarification. We would get that information and analyze it with our engineer, and then be able to come back to the council and say, based on what we heard, we've looked at it more extensively, because they will have provided more extensive information. We will have looked at it, and we would have analyzed it. We would spend a little bit more dollars on our part, because this is beyond the scope of what we've hired them to do, and be able to come back to the council and say, under option A, to the specifics, that's much like Mark was saying, this is what we're going to do for the embankment, for the pond side. This is what's going to happen, as John said, regardless, on the erosion side along the creek. That's independent of the trail location, but it is interdependent on the cost associated with building the trail. Eventually, when that information gets presented to council, you'll be faced with the same decision. The trail will be underwater. There will come a time. There will be a flood. There will be rushing water down the creek. Mother Nature has its own rules. So a council, if you choose to go on the south side, may still be faced with all the engineering solutions, with a situation where there's erosion, things happen, the trail may be taken out, and we'll be back visiting with a future council about that particular decision. That's okay if that's the decision the council makes. The staff is making the recommendation based on that scenario. But you don't necessarily always do things out of fear or just because to avoid risk, right? Trails are placed in a lot of areas that have drainage issues, so it's not uncommon. So for staff, taking the information from the HOA, taking the information from their engineer, having them make that presentation, we evaluate it. To your question, yes, that's what we would do. We would take their information, we would share with them the information that we have, so that even in their presentation, they may present some things that may be alternative to what Haffett and Associates has said, as they take a look at it. I don't know. I can't predict what their presentation would be. But the emails and the comments and everything that's been coming across is that they don't feel like they've had their opportunity to make their presentation from a technical standpoint. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. They voiced that's been heard through Public Parks and Rec, and all those kind of things, that they don't like a particular alignment. But now it's getting down to the nuts and bolts of the technical side of it. That's what they hired their engineer. They've spent their money to do that. I've heard the council say, let's give them an opportunity to present to council. That's what I think I've heard. And we will then evaluate that information and come back to you. But you still need to get comfortable. At some point, you're going to be making a recommendation for us to determine, is it going to go on the south side or the north side? And if you choose the south side, just understand there are risks involved with that. And that's okay if you want to give us that instruction. That's what you're eventually going to have to get comfortable with, because as it was said at the last council meeting, engineers are going to have different opinions, just like architects have different opinions about a solution. So this is really, just on where do you want us to go as far as the direction. But hearing the additional information, absolutely. Evaluating the additional information, we will do it. It's the right thing to do based on what I'm hearing from the council. And, I don't know how soon they can have that presentation to us and we present it to you as far as what's going on. I don't think anywhere in this information that's come across it's really indicated how soon that'll happen. But to the mayor's point, we just can't take another step until this body gives us the direction on what they would like us to do. And we're happy to sit and wait until you're ready to do it.
So, Mayor, thank you. I'm in favor of long-time solution. If we have to wait a little longer, I'm okay with that. I do see Park Board Chairman Ed Gunin online. Is he trying to make a presentation or make a comment, Ed?
Hi, Ed.
Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Good to see you all again. If I could just make a couple of quick statements. As you mentioned, this is a topic that we've been discussing on the Park Board for a couple of years now, looking at all the different options. I think when the HOA says they haven't been heard, they're talking about they haven't been heard in front of council enough yet. We have had them in Park Board meetings numerous times over the last couple of years, and we met with them outside of Park Board meeting with their HOA as well. And certainly they have the regular concerns that homeowners where trails go by typically have, which is security issues, visibility into their yards, things like that. We've had to deal with that a number of times, as I'm sure you're all aware, over the last few years across the city. And in general, we've done a good job, I think, in Parks Department of dealing with their concerns and ending up with a result that I think it's safe to say even the homeowners were pretty happy with. In this scenario, though, we did consider engineers' input on both the north and south side. Our major concern, as you've all been voicing tonight, was the long-term stability on the south side, not only for floods, but what cutting down trees and their root systems might do to the creek bank stability long-term as well. That's where major erosion has concerned us. So, as John mentioned, the half boardwalk, half on grade option was what we felt were one of the best long-term stabilities if we concerned ourselves with the creek stability. And that ended up being about 3 times more expensive than the north side, where we felt we had addressed a number of the homeowners' concerns. But these are valid points on both sides of it. I do think it's valid for them to get their opportunity in front of council, if that's what you choose to do as well. But I did want you to be aware that we have had multiple discussions with them on the board side up to this point.
Thank you, Ed, and thank you, and thank the park board for everything that they do. We really appreciate the work that you guys put together for all of the different things that are going on. So is everybody comfortable with staff getting in touch with the HOA and offering them the opportunity to present to council? Yes? Okay. So, John, we're going to put a hold on it for right now until that happens. So, I guess between you all, you'll figure out a time frame based on what the HOA might want. Okay? Thank you very much. And thank you, Ed, for joining us as well. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good to see you all.
Item D, discussion regarding mask mandate in city facilities and COVID-19 protocols in relation to citizens' appearance and comments. We have indicated that we want this on our agenda every work session that we have. Is there anyone who wants to change what we're doing as far as the mask mandate at this point? Did you say yes, Brianna? Oh, okay, sorry. I heard and I went, what? Okay, and then the other thing that we had talked about was going back to some of our previous protocols. When people could call in or Zoom in to make citizens' appearance, to leave that in place. And then, as we had done previously, is if somebody said, I want this sent to council for a particular topic, that usually just was sent out to council, or a copy was made and put in our place. And I heard from more than a couple of you that you wanted to continue to have those read for a time period. Council member, I'm sorry, we're in work session, so hi, Cliff. How are you doing?
I'm fine, Mayor.
Very good.
Turn this mic on. Is the well, I lost my train of thought there momentarily.
You're talking about the letters. I'm sorry. I just took you all over the place.
That's right. That's exactly right. What were the reasons for reading the letters since we get
well, when we
started
with COVID, what we were trying to do was give everybody an opportunity to be heard at the citizens' appearance. And so since we weren't allowing people to come in, some people didn't really feel comfortable with Zoom, which we later have found out that, you don't have to have a camera. All you have to do is have a telephone. So that the telephone has kind of taken that kind of piece away from, in my head, took that piece away from it, is because people could call or people could Zoom in to make citizens' appearance. And then as historically, when anybody wrote a letter to all of council, it just immediately goes all out to council. So instead of having that letter read to council, there are rarely, well, there have been 3 or 4 instances previously where somebody would say, I would like this read because I'm out of town or whatever. And we provided that copy to all of the council. We didn't necessarily read everything to put it on the record.
So you were doing this principally for the citizens as opposed to the council?
Absolutely.
All right.
Thank you.
Mark, I'm sorry, Mark.
Mayor, I think my concern was just those specific letters that were sent to the city secretary for citizens' appearance, that those be read. I mean, we get emails all the time from citizens, but I think that it was just those ones that were in lieu of making the Zoom call or actually now coming in front of council.
Before COVID, the options were coming in.
Right.
Period. So when COVID started, we added that as an option.
Right.
For citizens' appearance.
Correct.
And so I was in my head, and I told everybody this was me. We're opening everything up. People have the opportunity to call in. People have the opportunity to come in, and then in my head, we just took that off as an option to people when they wanted to talk at or be heard at citizens' appearance. Before that, there really wasn't an option to do that.
The reason I wanted to just make that differentiation there is because I've received feedback that, my letter wasn't read. Well, I don't think that
specifically.
It wasn't for citizens' appearance. It was just sent to council in general, and I had to make that point clear to people that it needed to be stated that this is for citizens' appearance to be read in front of council.
So I guess ultimately what I'm asking is, do you want that option to still be available to people? And if you get 35 of them and you have 20 minutes for citizens' appearance, how are you going to deal with that? I'm trying to figure out how we're going to work through this. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Hill that we should continue with if they chose to go ahead and send in a letter and they want to be read into the citizens' appearance, give them an option. I know some of them probably don't want to come in, even though if the mask mandates are lifted, and that just provides them additional option. If they do want to say something, they don't feel comfortable coming to the chamber, then at least they have that opportunity to have their voices heard. Now, just like what you said, there could be numerous letters that's going to be sent here, but the way I see it is that possibly maybe some give the people that are actually here the option to be heard first, and then if there are additional letters that could time to be heard, then that's how we could maybe do that. But in any case, I'm for keeping the option of giving the citizens additional avenue to have their voices heard.
Mark, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to bring up a point. I think that I think on our website we talk about being able to attend via Zoom. Mm-hmm. People don't realize that there is just a telephone number that you can dial into. So I think if you said, or you can call into citizens' appearance via telephone, which is really Zoom, but to them it doesn't make a difference because they're just picking up the phone. So maybe if we clarify that on our website for citizens' appearance, that would alleviate a bunch of emails having to be read, and we won't have a stack of them. I mean, just giving as many options right now as possible, I think, and clarifying it for people is important.
Well, and the other piece of that is if someone physically comes here and signs up, if you look at timestamps, they're always going to be last. Because that's what we always say is we do them in the order that they have been received. So maybe that wording needs to be changed. Maybe, I mean, there's some considerations, because this is all new to all of us, obviously. So there are some consideration, and we don't have to make that decision today either, obviously. But I just want to make sure that you are realizing that there may be a time that there's one letter, and there may be a time and then there's 25, and there's 15 people here waiting to speak. We've had that before. So it's different. Yeah. One of you two.
So we certainly don't want to shut down any citizen from having their voice heard. I think one of the unique attractions to the citizen's appearance has been, since its inception, was showing up in live and in person. I believe that if someone shows up here live and in person, they need to be heard first and given priority to their message. And I think then, as a consequence of COVID, certainly listening in on Zoom or telephone call should be given second priority. And I'm not a big fan of reading the letters into the record. We get the copies of those. That's the intent of doing it. If a person really feels that it's that important for the city to hear it, to be put on record, I think a phone call or a Zoom or even in person is not too little to ask. I'm not hard over on that one, but that's just my opinion. I do believe in the first 3 points, though, that we ought to prioritize for personal appearance, Zoom, and telephone.
Brianna?
So correct me if I'm wrong, but there's been times when people have. Okay, so first of all, let me start with this. I want people to have options, and I think reading it in is an option. We are in unprecedented times, and we still are there, and so we want to provide options. I mean, as you see, we're starting to get people in, but there might be something that's really big on the agenda, and not everybody's able to come in social distance. The other thing is, and again, this is the part where you can correct me if I'm wrong, but there have been instances where people have come for citizens' appearance and they have brought letters and said someone wasn't able to show up, but they want to have their comments read in to the record, and we've done that.
Absolutely.
And so how is that any different? I mean, I think we've had the situation where, like Mark was saying, right, we've had people send us emails and they're not asking for them to be read. They send them well in advance or the day of the meeting, and we read through them and make sure that that we have an opportunity to understand where they're coming from and their point of view. And then we've had people that said, we want you to read it into the record or read it as a citizen's appearance. I guess in this time that we've been through the pandemic, I don't feel like we've had a situation where there's been so many letters that we've taken up a lot of time. And I feel like at some point, hopefully in the near future, we'll open back up and we can reevaluate this. And so in the meantime, kind of like with the mask mandate, let's continue to do what we're doing, give people options, and then continue to revisit it. And we'll get to that point where we can say, okay, now, we want you back in person, right?
Well, and it may be that, okay, like everybody's been talking about, maybe there's an order that says, okay, if you're here and then you as an individual are making the choice of whether you're going to come in person,
right?
Call in, because I hate to tell you this, but I think this Zooming thing is going to stay around for a while. I think the legislature is going to help us to continue this into the future. It hasn't always been possible, but one of the things that they're talking about is if somebody's out of town, but they can still Zoom in. I think the mayor, in one of them, the mayor has to be present, but a council, and I think a quorum might have to be present, but somebody can be on Zoom and not, and be counted as a voting member that day, which hasn't been possible before. So the world's going to change.
Right.
So we'll just leave that and make sure that people understand. And I like the idea that Mark had to talk about specifically the phone number so that, yeah, they're going to come through the Zoom, but they don't necessarily need to know that to do it. Hadn't really thought of that. If you don't use it every day, you wouldn't know. Yeah.
And I like prioritizing those who are here and then going into the letters.
Okay.
Just because, they're the ones that are, we want to respect their time.
Okay. Ashley, does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Thank you. Thank you. Anything else on this topic? We're getting close to time. Wes?
Mayor, do we have an established criteria on when we're going to review the mask mandate and how we're going to do that?
No. Just no. We were talking, that we wanted to talk as a group. So there is not an established, it may be when everybody feels a little bit better, and maybe it might be when more people are vaccinated. It might be, you guys get to decide. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do want to say the stats that were sent out to council with the number of vaccinations, and a number of hospitalizations, a number of new cases for the past 2 weeks. That's super helpful.
Helpful, yeah.
And I hope we continue to see that, because that really plays into, I think, our decisions to change the mask mandate.
Thank you. Okay, the time is 7:28, and we are adjourned from work session. The public, will you give us about 5 minutes, and we will be back for the regular session. Thank you. Hey everyone, whoops. Okay everyone, let's get started. The time is 7:36, and we will move into regular session. We will start with the invocation, and that will be given tonight by Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa-Smith, and then please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. kind of nice to be down here again with that people in the audience. How much fun. Mr. Reed, would you and your lovely wife come and join me? Yeah, you can come.
She would love to, Mayor.
I didn't get that impression.
No?
I'm going to stand a little bit away from you because otherwise I can't read this because my glasses fog up. So we are here tonight to honor this young man who's been with the city for several years. And in just a minute, this is item number 6. Council, please consider this proclamation naming March 23rd, 2021 as Brad Reed Appreciation Day and authorize the mayor to sign. So here's the proclamation. Whereas Brad Reed was hired by the city of Coppell as the Parks Planning and Landscape Manager in the Leisure Services Department in 1997 and was promoted to Assistant Director of Parks and Leisure Services in 2000 and then promoted to Director of Parks and Recreation Department in 2002. And whereas Brad served under 3 city managers and made countless presentations to city councils and parks and rec boards over his 24-year tenure. Whereas Brad led in the building of numerous city parks and facilities, including the Core, MacArthur Park, Wagon Wheel Tennis Center, the Senior and Community Center, the Biodiversity Education Center, the Coppell Arts Center, Rolling Oaks Memorial Center, the Square at Old Town, Wagon Wheel Park, Wagon Tails Dog Park, and the renovation of Andrew Brown Park System. Whereas during Brad's tenure, the city adopted 4 parks and open space master plans, the Trail Implementation Master Plan, the Bike and Pedestrian Master Plan, the Streetscape Master Plan, and various studies, including a cost recovery plan which guided the development of the community. And whereas Brad has been an inspirational leader and mentor to many throughout his years of service, guiding the department to become the 7th city in Texas and the 96th city in the nation to acquire accreditation through the Commission for Accreditations of Park and Recreation Agencies, and has been an exemplary representative of the Parks and Recs Department within the National Recreation and Parks Association, the Texas Recreation and Parks Society, and local agencies and the organization as a whole. And whereas, as a visionary, Brad guided the development of the park system and established a staff focused on providing exemplary recreation opportunities desired by the community transitioning from a sparsely developed suburban city to a much sought-after community of just over 40,000 residents today. And whereas Brad has consistently lived and encouraged others to live the organization's mission of building community through public service, the legacy Brad built in the community will be evident for many, many years to come. Therefore, I, Karen Hunt, the mayor of the city of Coppell, do hereby proclaim March 23rd, 2021 as Brad Reed Appreciation Day. Council. Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I started volunteering for the city of Coppell about 11 years ago, and I started in the park board. And I want to thank Mr. Brad Reed for your guidance and everything you have done for the city, and I do appreciate it. Thank you.
Is that a motion?
I can put a motion. I move to approve the agenda item number 6, making the proclamation, consider the approval of proclamation naming March 23rd, 2021 as Brad Reed Appreciation Day and authorizing the mayor to sign.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Mays. Are there any other comments that the council would like to make? Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
Thank you, Mayor. To both of you, thank you so much because for your service. It has been a true pleasure working with you. You are leaving behind big shoes to fill, and really appreciate your commitment, your time, your dedication, your leadership, and your expertise, and your friendship. So thank you so much to both of you, and I hope that you will enjoy your retirement with your family.
Councilmember Mays.
Thank you, Mayor. All I could do is subtract 1997 from 2021 and came up with 24 years. So thank you very much for that. I tried to add up the number of mayors and council members that you've served under and couldn't even come up with that number. So you've been through a big growth of the city. You've been through a huge growth in the Parks and Rec Department. And as the mayor read all of the things that have happened, it's been a truly phenomenal run. Thank you very much for your service, and don't plan to go anywhere.
Councilmember Jun.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm kind of sad that I didn't get to know you well enough, but just like when I was out there, I asked you, I said, are you sure? Are you sure you want to do this? You're going to have to spend a lot of time with her. I'm just kidding. There's not enough thank you to, I know there's a lot of things that you've done, not just in front, but behind the scene, and those are something that a lot of us really appreciate for what Cophill is today. And so I just want to say thank you and good luck and enjoy.
Thank you. I have a picture when we opened the park the day after it flooded and everybody ran all over creation to get it ready to open. I have a picture standing behind you and your family at the far pavilion looking over the park. And the look on your face, I knew this time was coming. It was like, we did it. And I think with all the wonderful things that you have done and been the inspiration for this city, we just can't appreciate you enough. One day isn't enough, but hopefully you've been appreciated and felt appreciated all of these 24 years. So, do you have anything you would like to add? Oh, jeez. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. The honorable back there he would like to say something.
Yeah, it's been a good run, Brad. I've enjoyed working with you. You would never remember it, but I first met you when you were on DeForest back in the late 90s. I talked you into speaking to the Coppell Club, Rotary Club here, and so anyway, long time ago, and so it's been a good ride. Now the question that I've got is, since you have been appointed the fee czar for the city, we need to know the name of the individual that's going to take your place when you're gone, because obviously we need a fee czar. Okay? Outside of that, just good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. It truly has been an honor these 24 years being with the city and being your Parks and Recreation Director. I cannot imagine a better place to be. This has been a dream come true, and just hearing the list there that you read off kind of made me tired just thinking about all that went on. But I really have. It's been a good run. We've had a good relationship. The staff with the city council and with the community. We couldn't continue and do the things that we've accomplished without the good relationship with the city council. It's imperative that works right, and it has for a long time. So I do appreciate that. So many people. I appreciate my wife and her patience with me being gone so much to meetings and what have you, special events and activities and things that go on in the parks. We loved every minute of it, but you get to the point where you just kind of get worn out and ready to try something else. So, but there are a lot of people, all the things that the mayor mentioned, the accomplishments. There are so many people behind the works that make those things happen. The staff, you see a number of them here today. They have supported me, and they have gone and done their own activities and their own projects. And sometimes I feel like I'm just kind of hanging on. They are that good, and they will continue to be that good. One of the primary successes that I've had, if any, is the development of our staff and the development of the department so that it could carry on when things like this do happen. Another group I'd like to recognize are our volunteers. They have been so supportive over the years, and the things that we have done, most of the time we're following them. Our volunteers come up with the ideas. They want to do something. They want to create some opportunities in the community. They are behind the things that we do and pushing us in this direction or that. And we've been very fortunate to have a strong volunteer base. And then, of course, Ed Guion came on the line a little bit ago from our park board. And our park board has been so valuable in helping us to come to decisions for the community, for the benefit of all. And you heard a little bit from Ed earlier. And people like that are what make this city go. He is very thoughtful. He's articulate, as you can tell, but he has the community's interest at heart at every turn. And volunteers like that are really what make this work. And then finally, the city council. Again, it's been a good run, and we thank you. It has been a true honor, and I think I should probably sign off now. But anyway, starting to repeat myself. But thank you so much, Mayor.
And we are excited about the people that are in place to keep our departments going. And we are really happy that if those of you who haven't heard, Jessica Carpenter will be taking Brad's place. And so we're very excited about that. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is item 7, consider approval of a proclamation naming April 4th through the 10th as 2021 as National Library Week and authorizing the mayor to sign. And we have Dennis Quinn that will be joining us remotely. So council, please consider this proclamation. Did I ask everybody to vote? No. All right, let's do it in review. I was like, all of a sudden, I had a motion and a second. All in favor?
Long, Kenosa Smith, Mays, Dunn, Matthew Hill, in favor, none opposed, motion carries.
Yeah, I was so just overwhelmed that he's leaving. I apologize. So please consider this proclamation. Whereas today's libraries are not just about what they have on the shelves, but more importantly about fostering a sense of belonging in the communities they serve. Whereas libraries have long served as trusted and treasured institutions at the heart of their cities, towns, schools, and campuses. Whereas libraries and librarians help people from all walks of life to explore new worlds and become their best selves through access to technology, multimedia content, and educational programs. Whereas libraries strive to develop and maintain programs and collections that are as diverse as the populations they serve and ensure equity of access to all. Whereas to adapt to our changing world, libraries are expanding their resources and continuing to meet the needs of their patrons. Whereas libraries are the cornerstone of democracy, promoting the free exchange of information and ideas for all. Whereas the Cosby Library and Community Commons has been serving the city of Coppell in all of these ways since 1974, and whereas libraries, librarians, and library workers and supporters across America are celebrating National Library Week, now therefore I, Karen Hunt, the mayor of the city of Coppell, do hereby proclaim April 4th through the 10th, 2021 as National Library Week in the city of Coppell and encourage all of its residents to visit the Cosby Library online to take advantage of its wealth of resources and services and to engage with library personnel and fellow community members. In witness thereof, I've set my hand and caused the seal of the city of Coppell to be affixed this 23rd day of March 2021. Councilmember Mays.
Sorry. Mayor, I move to approve the proclamation item number 7, naming April 4th through 10th as National Library Week and authorizing the mayor to sign.
Thank you. Second by Councilmember Brianna Hinojosa-Smith. All in favor?
Long, Hinojosa-Smith, Mays, Dunn, Matthew Hill, in favor, none opposed. The motion.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mr. Quinn. How are you doing today? I'll give you this virtual proclamation and ask you to tell us what you guys have in store for National Library Week.
Oh, certainly. It's always a good day at the library, and we're grateful to be seeing more faces in person than we had for a while, and we know that lots of community members are glad to be able to access our facility and our resources in ways that they had not been able to over the past year. The theme of this year's National Library Week, which has been celebrated for more than 60 years now, I believe, it really aligns well with a lot of the Cosby Library's efforts over the past several years and recent months as well. And that is welcome to your library. And it's a reminder to citizens everywhere that all are welcome and indeed invited to their local library. To that end, the Cosby Library has striven for many years to curate a collection of resources and a calendar of programs that has something for everyone, that reflects the diversity of our wonderful community. And we've striven to make our building into a gathering space, though for this past year that's mainly been in a metaphorical sense. But through all of this, we look for every opportunity we can to assist any member of our community in imagining, discovering, engaging, and achieving their dreams. And any success that we've had in these efforts is a credit to the expertise and the hard work on the part of our knowledgeable, creative, and passionate staff, and to the fantastic partnerships we've built over the years with many members of our fine community. So as always, I'm once again pleased on this occasion to extend an invitation to any who may be watching that haven't visited the Cosby Library or haven't in a while to pay us a visit again, either in person or online, and to come, as the proclamation says, come explore new worlds with us. We would love to help you find your next adventure. So thank you, Mayor and Council, for this proclamation.
Thank you very much. We really do appreciate you being here with us this evening. As a matter of fact, item 8 is the annual report from the Coppell Library Board. So we have Frank Gasparo here. Is he here or is he virtual?
Zoom.
Remote.
Virtual.
I am virtual. Can y'all hear me?
We can. Welcome. How are you doing?
I'm alive and alert.
Good.
We flew in from during that storm last night, but we made it.
Oh, well, I'm thankful. You want to tell us what's going on in the library this year?
Yes. First of all, welcome. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Dennis and I spoke about this, and we wanted to make this a conceptual presentation and not inundate you with a lot of, spreadsheets and analytics, and really just tell the story of the library and what's been happening over the last year. And so that's what we're going to do. If you have any questions and need to do, a deep dive in any of these topics I'm covering, we can address those at the end of the session if that's okay with you guys.
That works.
Okay, let's go to the next slide. For my initial first library board meeting of the year in January, I did a little research on the value of the public library, and I put together a short presentation of 3 or 5 slides for our library board members, just to sort of reiterate and reinforce what they already know, and that is the value of the public library. This is one of the slides from that presentation, and it says, librarians can help children overcome obstacles and open up paths to answers. You can read the rest of it. I wanted to select this slide from that presentation because it is talking about the children. And as you all know, the Cosby Library has had a tremendous impact on the youth in our community, beginning with the story time for toddlers, to the literacy backpacks for toddlers, to the summer reading programs, and to the terrific and large number of very effective teen programs that we have. So I thought it would be kind of a good place to start what we've been able to do with the youth in our community. Next slide, please. Okay, the year in review. Actually, last March 12th, we had our library meeting in the conference room, and I think that was probably the last meeting that was held because on the 14th, on Saturday, the library was shut down. And as you can see, the timeline here was closed to the public from as of March 14th, 2020. Started with curbside to hold pickups initiated in May. Reopened the lobby Monday through Friday for just a hold pickup, which I used that myself. It worked out great. You just went online, made an appointment, selected whatever you needed, and then they had the books or whatever in alphabetical order, and they let the patrons in one at a time with masks on to select their items. So it was very well done, very well organized. September of 2020, we had study tables available by appointment. And then in October of 2020, collection browsing by appointment, to actually go into the library and browse, but that was by appointment. Next slide, please. Okay, so since October, that's really been the situation in the library by appointment only. As of a couple of weeks ago, that changed, and we are now open Tuesday through Saturday, and no appointment is required for indoor services. The curbside pickup continues as it had in the past. The thing is, Dennis says that we are averaging about 200 patrons per day, which sounds like a lot, but that's only about 10% of our pre-COVID numbers. So if you can imagine that, 2,000 people a day in pre-COVID times, and of course we'll get back to that. But our library members are very glad that they've got an opportunity now to come into the library and browse and work. And most of them are wearing masks, even though it's not required. Next slide, please. Okay, a little bit later, we're going to talk about the TMLDA award that Cosby Library has won for the 16th consecutive year. One of the key criteria for that award is programming. And having to go virtual, we still were able to reach about 1,500 participants, which was an increase of 50% from the previous year. So we did a great job pivoting to a digital or virtual format. And it's one of the reasons why, and the summer reading program is part of it, why we won the TMLDA award. I think I've got that right. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Okay, highlights grab and go kits. Because we couldn't be there in person, most everything was done virtual or online, and there was a certain amount of computer fatigue going on. So we came up with the grab and go kits, which allow mainly children to have an activity that they would normally do in the library, but since they can't do it in the library, this gave them an opportunity to do it at home. So it wasn't a virtual activity, it was a real physical activity. The best way I can describe it is from a brief email I got from one of our board members. I asked our board at our last meeting about just to get their input from their impressions of what's been going on with the library here over the last year. And this is from Michelle Ostrander. She's one of our new board members. So I'm just going to read it to you very quickly. Dennis and Frank, one thing that sticks out to me that the library has done well this past year is their dedication to keep the community involved and engaged. As a mom who misses the story times, I do appreciate the craft/activity grab bags and the book bundles that were available while the library was closed. I know many in the community appreciate this as well. So that kind of says it all. That's her feedback, but the feedback of everybody else who was taking advantage of these grab and go kits. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, everything, most of the program was, moved to online programming. Our staff did a great job of making these video resources available. They provided tutorials on how to navigate your way through the website and through the tutorials. All of the programs are archived so people can access them at a later date. And this is a big part of the success of the virtual programming that we had this year. You can go to the next slide, please. Okay, this is Wonder Woman. Every year around September is National Library Card Sign-Up Month, and it's in September to kind of coincide with the beginning of the new school year. So this year the staff went out and hired a Wonder Woman actress to be there for us to help promote Library Card Sign-Up Month, and it worked very successfully. We had a great number of sign-ups in the month of September. Next, please. Okay, this I want to spend a little bit of time on. This is a big deal. Let me give you a little bit of history of the Meet Your Neighbor program. Started 2 years ago. We had our first Meet Your Neighbor program, and the basic intent of the Meet Your Neighbor programs is to take some demographic from the community, give them, identify some panelists that are citizens, give them an opportunity to talk about, their situation, and do it in an open forum and a friendly environment. So our first Meet Your Neighbor program was Meet Your Immigrant Neighbor in January of 2019. We had 3 panelists, 3 residents that immigrated to the U.S. We had one person from Colombia, another person from Romania, and the third person was from India. And they just told their story, what it was like to immigrate to the U.S., what were some of their struggles, what were things that were helpful, and how they got here. Just as an example, the lady from Colombia, who happens to be a neighbor of mine, got here on a tennis scholarship through UTA, so that's what brought her to the U.S. to begin with. But it was a great program. We were in the big meeting room and had to bring in extra chairs because we had an overflow crowd. And it worked really well, and we knew at that time that we really had something in the whole Meet Your Neighbor format. Since then, we've had several other Meet Your Neighbor programs. We've had a well-attended Meet Your Neighbor faith discussion, which again, we pretty much filled up that big meeting room. Last summer, we had 3 Meet Your Neighbor programs, discussions on race, which were very effective, very well attended. They were all virtual. We have our next Meet Your Neighbor program is scheduled for March 27th, this Saturday at 2 p.m. It is on Native Americans, Meet Your Native American Neighbors. And there's still 5 seats available. So if any of you want to jump on and see what it's like, I encourage you to do so. Go to the website and join. And I guess most importantly, or I guess not most importantly, but it's kind of fun that we won this Demco award. And I'm going to just read you the press notice. The Demco Upstart Innovative Programming Award recognizes 2 libraries each year, 1 school and 1 for all other library types, i.e. public, academic, special, that have implemented innovative programs. The goal of the award is to make good ideas and practices of an innovative program visible and thereby enlarge the history of choices and alternatives that others can draw upon to design programs to fit the unique characteristics of their own institutions and the communities they serve. So I mentioned that we were in a group with not school libraries, but all other types, i.e. public, academic, and special. We've estimated that there's about 750 to 800 of those types of library in the state of Texas. So when you think about it, we're the only program that was selected, the number one program for Innovative Programming Award that was selected from that massive group. Makes you feel pretty good about our community, the way people have really participated. We've been able to get people to be panelists. We've had people like John has been a moderator for one of our Meet Your Neighbor programs. So it's been really a great community effort, and we're going to continue with it. After the Native American Meet Your Neighbor on Saturday, the next Meet Your Neighbor program is scheduled for May. And it's Meet Your Asian Neighbor, because of a lot of the backlash towards Asian Americans that we're experiencing around the country. So we thought it would be a good time to have a Meet Your Asian Neighbor, and that's going to be in May. Okay, next slide, please. World languages. This is something that has come up through surveys. The request to have world languages, provided and available in the library, and the program was initiated in the fall of 2020. We immediately had, on day one, we had several holds on books in different languages. And Dennis tells me that this program is continuing to ramp up, and we're excited we were able to provide it through a grant by the Texas Book Festival. Okay, next slide, please. I think I mentioned Storytime a couple of times. Tell you about a Storytime experience I had in the February of 2020, so just before COVID. My daughter and our 1-year-old grandson was visiting, and we went to a Storytime for toddlers at the library on a Monday afternoon. And I tell you what, they just do such a great job. The staff is wonderful. They keep the kids engaged, which is hard to do with 1- and 2-year-olds. But even maybe more important, or just as important, it was such a great activity for the, in this case, there were just a bunch of moms there. And it's almost like a group activity for them as well. You can see a lot of them engaging with each other and just almost developing kind of a support group for them, which I think is important and maybe just a side benefit to the story times that we've done in the past. Obviously, this year we had to pivot to a digital story time, virtual format. The good news is they've continued, and they're available 24/7. Parents can go online at any time and pull up a virtual story time and have it with their child, right there in their home. So it's always been a great program of ours, and we're glad we've been able to provide service in a digital virtual format, but we'll be a whole lot happier to be able to do it in person. Okay, next slide, please. We're going to talk about the Friends of the Coppell Library. I've been on that board the 4 years that I've been on the library board. And the Friends of the Coppell Library is an advocate group that does a lot of things. One of the biggest things we did traditionally was our big annual book sale in November. Well, this year we couldn't do it because of COVID, so we pivoted to these, what we're calling pop-up book sales. We had our first one in October at the farmer's market. It had a Halloween theme. We had one in December, which had kind of a Christmas theme, a holiday theme. And then we had one in February, which obviously had, as you can see there, a Valentine theme. What we do is we just put together books of the same basic topic or genre, and they're in a brown bag, so you really can't see what you're buying. You can just see the topic that you're getting or the category that you're getting. And we just had a whole lot of fun with it. Amazingly, people would donate much more than $1. And they loved it. And you get home and you have a little kind of a surprise. So the pop-up book sales have gone very well. We'll continue to do them, and hopefully in November we'll be able to have a regular annual book sale in the meeting room. Some of the other things that the Friends of the Library organization does for the library, I mentioned literacy backpacks for toddlers. That's funded by the Friends. Some of you may have noticed the library storybook walk. There's pedestals with basically pages of books, of a book, in the area between the City Hall and the YMCA. It's a nice green area there, a nice park. And the idea is, and people do this a lot, is for children to just go from one pedestal to the next and read a book. So you're outside, you're getting some fresh air, and you're reading the book at the same time. And the books are for children. Even better is once a year there's a contest, and there's a winner selected. One of the students, CISD students, actually has their book placed in the storybook walk, which is a big deal for them. And so that's just another one of the noticeable things that the Friends of the Cophill Library does. And next time you're in that area between the City Hall and YMCA, you might want to take a look at it. The books are changed every quarter. We have a new book in. And as I said before, once a year we have a book from one of our CISD students. And okay, next slide. By the way, I was going to show you my Friends of the Library mask that we had made that we use on our book sales and in other events when we're out and about. But I'm not sure you can see me in this format, so just take my word for it. We've got masks that look really cool. The TMLDA Excellence Award, we've talked about this in the past. There are 10 criteria that each library is graded on, so to speak. And one of those was programming, as I mentioned earlier. The Coppell Library, Cosby Library, has earned this ranking. It's in the top 10% of all public libraries. We've been in the top 10% for 16 consecutive years. So it's really a tremendous accomplishment for our library and our staff. The TMLDA Excellence Award, to have it for 16 years in a row has got to be some kind of a record. So congratulations to Dennis and the staff for doing that again. And we're ready for the next slide. As we said before, everything went virtual as of a year ago. So all of our numbers are going to be a lot lower. On-site visitors, obviously, about 11% of our pre-COVID numbers. Circulation transactions, 291,000. So that's down 58%. We normally have about 600,000 in circulation. But when you think about it, almost all of those being digital, that's a pretty good accomplishment. 291,000 transactions in circulation, some type of a digital format. Programs, to pull off 247 programs in a virtual environment is terrific. And attendance, a lot less than it was in years past, but again, 3,463 people in attendance with these digital programs. And again, it's one of the reasons why we've got the TMLDA award for the 16th year in a row. And some of them, some of the programs now that even though they're virtual, some of them are actually hands-on programs. For example, we had a cooking class where participants would follow along with the instructor in real time in their own kitchen, rather than passively watching the demonstrations before. So they got to actually do it in real time with the instructor or the presenter. So that was pretty cool. We had really good feedback on that. Okay, ready for the next slide? I think Dennis presented to you guys a little bit on this last fall. This is the after hours access program. There's a great demand to be able to get access to the library after hours. We're in the early stages of this, but we're excited about it. And when we can do it safely and provide this service for our citizens and do it in a safe environment, we'll do it. And as I said before, we're in early stages, but we should be seeing some more movement on this later on in the year. Okay, next slide, please. It's hard to do this without seeing any faces because I'm just looking at the presentation. So hopefully y'all are still awake and no one's sleeping. This is another slide from that presentation I mentioned earlier that I gave on the value of public libraries. And I'll read this in its entirety. We all need libraries. They are the safe and trusted spaces in every community for not just books, information, experience, and ideas, but to the expert professional advice, but to the expert professional advice and support, which we all need to help us find the resources we want to and use them effectively. Again, just to kind of reinforces everything we're talking about in terms of what this library has done. They've been able to pivot to mostly a virtual environment. We've kept the community engaged. We found different ways to reach out, whether it be the grab and go programs or the pop-up book sales, or a number of these other things that we're doing. So very proud to be associated with our library, and Dennis and his staff do a great job. Winning the Demco award is another really, really great news and a great accomplishment. So I don't know how much time I took, if it was too much or not enough, but I'm ready for any comments or questions y'all have.
Thank you very much, Frank. That was a lot of information. Is there any questions or comments from the council Councilmember Mays.
Thank you, Mayor. Frank and Dennis, to both of you, of all the boards and committees that we interview for, I find that the library board is the most fun to interview with because I have never seen a group of people that are more passionate, more knowledgeable, and more dedicated to what you do. It is phenomenal, the level of expertise or knowledge that your committees possess and the energy that they have, and it is an honor to watch you guys work. So thank you very much for all your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate that, Wes.
Councilmember Hinojosa Smith.
I second that because I think I'm usually interviewing with you, and I love interviewing because you're right. The passion is just truly it's infectious, and so I appreciate all that you're doing. I really do appreciate this report because as I was looking on the screen between mystery books at the farmers market, which I thought was a phenomenal idea. I bought several bags, and it was just with my daughter, and we were just so excited to see what was in there, and bought one for my mom, and just to keep everybody engaged in reading. From the different I guess arts, crafts, books, summer reading that y'all provided that were for all different ages. Like, thank you so much for your creativity and just really thinking outside the box to find ways, and I've said this a lot tonight, just the unprecedented times of just really finding ways to continue keeping our community engaged in our library and in reading and in activities. So for that, I just say, thank you to each and every one of you for your time, your commitment, and your true passion.
Thank you. That means a lot. And really, the heroes here are Dennis and his staff. They do the work. They get it done, and they do have a lot of passion. And it's just a great group to work with.
Councilmember John.
Thank you, Mayor. And that's just what I was going to say. Mr. Quinn, Miss Silverstone, Miss Silva, Miss White, Mr. Gasparo, Mr. Emoji, Miss Lorraine, Miss Hill, Miss Schenkel. I mean, I didn't interview you guys, but when I'm in there with you guys, I just see the passion. I learned so much from you guys, and I could see why we have so much great program because you guys are pretty much the think tank in there. So I want to take the opportunity to say thank you so much for all that you do.
Thank you, John.
Well, thank you again, and please take our thanks to the entire board. We do appreciate the time, the effort, and especially in these trying times, coming up with all of these different ideas and things to keep everybody engaged. It's fun to watch and see what's next. So please pass on our thanks.
I will absolutely do that.
Okay. The next item on our agenda is citizens' appearance. These are individuals wishing to speak on items other than an item on the scheduled on the agenda for a public hearing. Presentations by individuals during citizens' appearance shall be limited to 2 minutes, and we will be taking people in the order that they have signed up. And today we have Mr. Thomas Burrows. Welcome.
Thank you.
Please state your name and
Thomas
address for the record.
38 One-Page Drive in Coppell. I was going to say something about libraries when I hear the library in my hometown was up here in Beam House, and it was so bad that this kind of heavy kid that was walking on the porch fell through the porch, and anyway, in middle school or junior high, the librarian told me I couldn't check out all the books I wanted to, so my mother went up there to talk to her, and she still wouldn't let me check out all the books that I wanted to. And so, on a PBS show, there was Fire, Wheel, and the Integrated Circuit, which, as you know, has generated these things, and which our whole society runs around, was invented by Texas Instruments. And so in 1980, when I graduated college, with a computer science degree, a geology minor, and 2 other minors in physics and mathematics. I went to work for TI. And so I copied my paycheck and sent it to this lady and said, yes, I did read those books. And I was checking out 17 magazines or copying 17 magazines at the time. This Wall Street Journal here article, Wayne Christian, Texas Railroad Commission, he's from Center, Texas, from where I grew up. And Robin Knowles, fighter pilot. My dog does like a good book, he got in there. This is when Casey is the president of the Coppell Canines of the West Mesa Mayor Club for all the dogs, and so you're supposed to laugh, Anyway, he was the guy that told the people that the limited bombing in Vietnam was not working. He was just getting people killed. My brother was a fighter pilot too, 2,300 hours. If I might have a few extra seconds. On South Beltline, we seem to have a problem with areas that are not cleaned up. And I've turned this in. It's in the Coppell 2030 plan, and I don't understand why it's not cleaned up. I've reported it several times, and it's the exact thing that you see when you come into town. The very first thing there on the left. And it mystifies me. I would go down there and clean it up if it wouldn't be trespassing. Trust me, I would go get day labor and pay for it myself. And I would like to do bees at the gardens, and nobody is responding to me on my emails to the thing at the garden places. And so, because I think bees are cool. And so, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mark Henry. I believe he is virtual.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I did not plan to speak. I'm Mark Henry. I live at 611 Cane Mount in Coppell. I know many of you. Thank you for your time. Mayor, city manager, and councilman, and Ashley, who I got to know well lately virtually. So nice to meet you. As I said, I did not intend to speak. I'm here on behalf of the Magnolia Park HOA, which was covered in detail earlier. So I do not want to be redundant. My purpose is to explain why now Ashley is going to read a letter, which will be redundant. It is because it is what we committed to the HOA to bring to read in the citizens' comments. So we're going to do that. Thank you for addressing that earlier. The approach that was discussed sounds awesome. I think it will meet the wishes of that board, the HOA board, and move this further down. So good job. Thank you. I don't want to speak any longer, take any more time. It's getting later, and then Ashley can read that letter, please.
Thank you.
And that's using my time, balance of my time, and another gentleman's.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then we have a letter from the Magnolia Park HOA that Miss Ashley's going to read.
Thank you. Dear Mayor and City Council members, the Magnolia Park HOA was not provided any feedback from the city regarding the 30-minute Zoom call with our engineer, nor were we allowed to see in advance the information shared at tonight's work session. To that end, we are only going to summarize and reiterate what we believe is the fiduciary path that this council should take to ensure everyone's needs are appropriately considered. Ironically, this is a short piece of land between the pond and Denton Creek, which is causing this rift between the residents of Magnolia Park and the city. The Public Works Department has acknowledged that there is a real breach possibility that will cause the pond and creek to become one. On the other hand, the Parks and Recreation Department is proposing to go out of the way in laying out a trail to avoid contributing to this breach threat. The City Council is and will be asked to approve funding to address both needs, either as independent projects or hopefully as one combined project. The Magnolia Park HOA hired an independent engineering firm to confirm our belief that by combining these two projects, there is a solution acceptable to all and would most likely cost the city much less by coordinating these projects together, economies of scale. It is up to the City Council to see the big picture and consider uniting these two departments for the optimal solution. The Magnolia Parks HOA asked the City Council to, 1, to schedule a proper work session, including several hours, between city engineers, Happen Associates, Cornell Engineering, and a Magnolia Park HOA representative. This session should have all relevant data available for review, and each member should have an open mind to give emerging options serious considerations. The outcome we should ask of this team is to provide a high-level feasibility as to what a combined project will entail. 2, following this work session, we have a joint session with the City Council where both the city representatives and the Magnolia Park HOA host a Q&A over the solution. The outcome of this Q&A should provide the City Council with sufficient data points to make an intelligent decision as to which solution is the correct one. 3, once the final decision is made, we ask that the Parks and Recreation Board solicit and consider our input, specifically as to options to make the path most aesthetically appealing and maximize safety for the homes and parks within view of this trail. In closing, we hope that the Council did not give John the approval in the earlier work session and are allowing adequate time to provide you with an alternative solution which works for all. If not, our last ask is to rescind that decision and demand this joint session as we have been proposing. Most sincerely, the Magnolia Park HOA.
Thank you. Are there any other letters to be read?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. That concludes our citizens' appearance. So now we move to item 10, which is the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are routine in nature and generally enacted in one motion. These items have been previously approved either through budget or past council action. Any item may be pulled and considered separately. Full descriptions have been available on the screen. Tonight we have items A, B, and C. Are there any items that anybody would like to pull to consider separately? Hearing none, Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve agenda item number 10, A, B, and C.
Thank you. Is there a second? Councilmember Mays, all in favor?
Long, Kenosis, Smith, Mays, Jen, Matthew Hill in favor, none opposed. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, so item 10 is to consider approval of an ordinance of the City of Coppell, Texas, amending ordinance number 2020-1542, the budget for fiscal year October 1 through 2020, or October 1, 2020 through September 30, 2021, and authorizing the mayor to sign. And we have Ms. Tehan here. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. This budget amendment is being brought forward to reflect changes to the revenues and expenditures of the city. The primary reasons for this budget amendment are to reflect the delay of the change in the sales tax rule 3.334, include encumbrance carryovers, and add items approved by council during the first part of this fiscal year that require an amendment. So basically, this step is the paperwork following up the actions council has already taken. Specifically for the general fund, revenues are being increased about $10.7 million. The primary reason for the increase is because sales tax is being increased about $10.1 million. When the budget was prepared, it was anticipated that some businesses may early implement the change to Rule 3.334. So the current sales tax budget was set at 45% less than the 2020 budget. It does not appear that businesses are early adopting the change, and COVID does not appear to be impacting sales tax paid to the city. The sales tax increase also reflects amounts received as a result of the sales tax audit the city requested a consultant to perform. The amendment also includes a $1.6 million increase in the transfer to the general fund from the Coppell Recreation Development Corporation because this transfer is based on the sales tax revenue. Some revenue streams of the general fund are being decreased. The amendment includes a decrease in recreation fees of $730,000. The COVID pandemic continues to have a negative impact on revenues from traditional programs and special events provided by the Parks and Rec Department. Revenues from those sources are projected to be even lower than was included in the original budget, which was prepared last summer. So the revenue sources are not expected to rebound until the public feels safe participating in these activities. As far as general fund expenditures, they're being amended $6.2 million. Encumbrance carryovers account for $4.7 million. And encumbrance carryovers are those items that were budgeted and purchased in the previous fiscal year, but were not received by year end. And so since those items were not received, the amount of the POs and the corresponding budget amounts are carried over into the new fiscal year. In addition to the encumbrance carryovers, the general fund expenditures are also being amended $750,000 for costs associated with the Dart Silver line approved by Council on January 26th. Also, it's being amended about $488,000 for the purchase of an enterprise asset management system and the related project management fees associated with that system. That was also approved by Council on January 26th. And then $300,000 for an economic development incentive agreement for Archway properties for a utility line relocation that was approved by Council on November 10th of 2020. Next, the revenues and expenditures for various special revenue funds are being amended. Special revenue funds receive their funding from specific revenue sources, and the use of those revenues to fund expenditures is restricted. Therefore, expenditures are not budgeted until an expenditure that conforms to the restrictions is identified. Just like the general fund, sales tax revenue of the Infrastructure Maintenance Fund, of Coppell Recreation Development Corp., and of the Crime Control District are being increased, and expenditures are being increased for encumbrance carryovers. Specifically, the IMF sales tax revenue is being increased $2.6 million, and expenditures are being increased about $13 million for encumbrance carryovers. The Crime Control District sales tax revenue is being increased about $2.6 million, and expenditures are being increased about $110,000 for encumbrance carryovers. The Coppell Recreation Development Corp. Revenues are being increased about $4.8 million, which is the net impact of a $5.4 million increase in sales tax revenue and a $600,000 decrease in the Art Center revenue. Again, the decrease in the Art Center revenue is the result of the continued impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Expenditures of CRDC are being increased $1.8 million for encumbrance carryovers, $800,000 for the Leslie Field agreement with Coppell ISD that was approved by Council on January 28th of 2020. About $38,000 for insurance to cover the Art Center building, and then the $1.6 million increase in the transfer to the general fund for a total increase in expenditures of $4.3 million. FEMA is another special revenue fund that's being amended, and both the revenues and expenditures of the FEMA fund are being amended by the almost $1.6 million to reflect the remainder of the funding from the CARES grant. The revenues of the Municipal Drainage District are being amended about $374,000, and that's to reflect the new fees that were adopted by Council at the August 25th, 2020 meeting, and those new fees went into effect October 1st of 2020. The expenditures of this fund are being amended for encumbrance carryovers. Rolling Oak Cemetery is another special revenue fund included in the amendment. Revenues of this fund are being amended to include the anticipated increase in the number of burial spaces to be sold since additional spaces were added during the cemetery expansion. Expenditures are being amended for encumbrance carryovers. Also included in this amendment are adjustments to the city's internal service funds. Internal service funds are funds that provide goods or services to the other funds of the city. The city has two internal service funds, the Capital Replacement Fund and the Self-Funded Health Fund. The expenditures of both of these funds are being amended for encumbrance carryovers. In addition, the Capital Replacement Fund expenditure amendment also includes $340,000 for emergency vehicle equipment and installation that was approved by Council on October 27th of 2020. The last fund type included in this amendment is the Enterprise Fund. An Enterprise Fund provides goods or services to the general public for a fee. The Water Sewer Fund is an Enterprise Fund, and its expenditures are being amended by about $387,000 for encumbrance carryovers and almost $217,000 for construction of site improvements to the Southwestern Water Tower, which was approved by Council at the January 12th meeting. In addition, revenues for the Water and Sewer Infrastructure Maintenance Fund are being amended about $460,000 to reflect the final payment from the Dallas Water Utilities related to the Sabine River Authority settlement. That concludes a somewhat brief explanation of the proposed budget amendment, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Now you can take a breath. Council, are there any questions or comments? Councilmember Jun.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Tian, I just had a question on the, you said there were some items that were budgeted and purchased in previous fiscal year but were not received. What are some of those items?
So it could be supplies. It could be for the IMF contracts that we're still working on, street contracts that we haven't received. All of the work hasn't been completed. So it's just anything that was approved in the prior fiscal budget that has not been, was not received by September 30th, but the city had, it was either approved as part of the budget process or as a council action item. Does that help you?
Well, yeah, I was just wondering what the specifics are. Just wondering what those were that we order and I guess we purchased but didn't receive.
And I can't tell you what the specifics. I didn't look at the specific POs to see what they were. This is something that we do every year, so it's not something new. It's something, it's strictly timing. So if something's ordered and it takes a little bit longer for it to be received, if it hasn't been received by September 30th, or if it's a contract that's been entered to do a project and it hasn't been completed by September 30th, those POs all roll over into the new fiscal year along with their budgets.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Tian, I have a question. You mentioned the CRDC revenues are being increased by $4.8 million. Is that year to date? Or is it year over year?
So they're being increased from what the budget that was set for this fiscal year. And so basically what we're doing is sales tax is being amended to basically what actual sales tax received in 2020 was. Does that answer your question, Matthew?
So for this fiscal year, right?
Mm-hmm.
How much did we collect in total, up to date?
So far, sales tax for, do you want overall or do you want by each fund?
Overall.
Okay, so overall for all four funds, we have collected about $21 million.
Out of the 42?
We are amending the budget to collect $44.8 million for all four funds. Again, when we set the budget last year, we set it for 45% of what the previous year was, because we thought that the change in Rule 3.334 was going to start to have an impact, and we also thought that COVID would have an impact, and we're not seeing that. So we're amending the sales tax. So this brings the sales tax budget for all four funds consistent with actual for 2020.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? If not, I will entertain a motion. Councilmember Hill. I mean, Mayor Pro Tem Hill. Sorry.
For a little while longer, right? I'd like to make a motion to approve item number 11.
Second by Councilmember Hinojosa Smith. All in favor?
Long, Hinojosa Smith, Mays, Jen, Matthew Hill in favor. None opposed. The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now Ms. Tehan is staying with us for item 12. Consider an ordinance, approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinances for the City of Coppell by amending Section 3-1-5 and 3-2-2, adjusting monthly water rates, adjusting monthly sewer volume caps, and providing a repealing clause, providing a severability clause, and providing an effective date, and authorizing the mayor to sign. You want to walk us through this one?
I do. Thank you. So thank you for the opportunity to present this to you this evening. Before I begin, I just would like to let you know that Mr. Jackson, VP of Wildan Financial Services, is joining us again this evening. This evening, I'm here to request your consideration of an approval of an ordinance amending the water rates for residential and irrigation meters for the from the current rate structure to an increasing block rate structure, and amending the sewer volume cap by decreasing it from 14,000 gallons to 13,000 gallons. These changes are not being requested to increase revenue of the water sewer fund, as the changes are revenue neutral. The change to an increasing block rate structure is to encourage water conservation with the goal of being a positive impact on water sustainability. The idea is that encouraging water conservation today will reduce the city's need to request an increase in the daily demand level provided by Dallas Water Utilities in the future. The change in the sewer volume cap is the first step toward a movement to winter averaging method for charging customers for wastewater sent through the sewer system. Next slide, please. So this evening, I would like to provide a recap of the process that's brought us to the item before you this evening. Show you a comparison of the current rates to proposed rates, and then show you the impact on the water and sewer portion of a customer's bill. Next slide, please. So on October 13th, 2020, Mr. Jackson presented the results of the rate study, which was that no rate increase was necessary for fiscal year 2021. Mr. Jackson also provided information concerning an increasing block rate structure and the phasing in of a reduction in the sewer volume cap. Direction was to provide more detail concerning these ideas at a future work session. So on January 30th at the council retreat, I presented information concerning an increasing block rate structure for residential meters. And at this meeting, council requested that irrigation meters also be included in the increasing block rate structure analysis. At the March 9th meeting, I presented the results of the analysis of including the irrigation meters in the increasing block rate structure. There was also additional discussion concerning the gradual reduction of the sewer volume cap over time, and feedback was to consider winter averaging with an implementation date of April of 2023. So the item before you tonight is staff's understanding of the direction provided during these meetings. Next slide, please. So I would like to begin by letting you know that I realize you've seen these slides as well as the next few slides during previous presentations, but I thought it was important to include them again this evening, just in case someone is hearing this item for the first time. This slide provides the proposed water rates for an increasing block rate structure for residential and irrigation meters. The first section of the chart, labeled monthly minimum charge, shows that the base rate for residential customers is $21, and it's not changing. It also shows that the monthly minimum charge for irrigation meters will increase from $21 to $22.26, which represents a 6% increase. The next section, labeled volume rate per 1,000 gallons, provides the 3 blocks of usage for residential customers. The rates shown per 1,000 gallons are the same rates shown to you at previous meetings. Just to point out, 71.1% of the residential customers will see a slight decrease in their water bill if the ordinance before you is adopted. However, about 28.3% will see an increase if they don't change their watering habits. This slide also shows the proposed increasing block rate structure for irrigation has 2 blocks. The first block would be for usage up to 25,000 gallons at a rate of $3.34 per 1,000 gallons. The second block would be for all usage over 25,000 gallons at a rate of $4.78 per 1,000. Using two blocks for irrigation meters is similar to the current conservation rate structure that's effective June 1st through October 31st. With that structure, the first block of the conservation rate is for usage up to 25,000 gallons, which incurs a cost of $3.15 per 1,000. And then the next block is $3.94 and covers all usage over 25,000 gallons. We do have 520 irrigation meters, with 32 of those belonging to residential customers and 488 to commercial customers. Both residential and commercial irrigation meters will be charged based on the irrigation meter rates shown on this slide. And as I've mentioned in previous presentations, the reason to implement an increasing block rate structure is to impact demand. The city pays a set amount for the right to demand 18.5 million gallons per day, and that amounts a little over $291,000 per million, or about $5.4 million annually. The thought is by impacting usage today, we have a positive impact on the city's future demand levels. And just to point out, once again, both residential and commercial customers do have access to the customer portal where they can monitor their usage and set alerts. And by doing that, that allows them to control the water portion of their bill. They can see how much water their irrigation system is using and manage that use to prevent moving into the next water block. Again, the overall impact of the proposed residential and irrigation rate structures are revenue neutral. The increasing block rate structure is anticipated to generate the same amount of water revenue as the current structure. Next slide, please. So this slide shows Wildan's rate study proposed reducing the residential volume cap to 13,000 gallons this year while keeping both the monthly minimum and the volume rates unchanged. Therefore, the ordinance before you leaves the sewer rates unchanged and reduces the residential volume cap to 13,000 gallons. Next slide, please. This slide shows the difference between the current rate structure and the proposing block rate structure. As you can see, someone using less than 15,000 gallons will see a slight decrease. However, someone using 25,000 gallons will see about a $3 increase. One thing to note is that the amounts shown here are for water and sewer, only the water and sewer portion of the utility bill. They don't include the refuse or stormwater. In addition, the amount shown under the proposed includes a reduction in the wastewater cap of 1,000 gallons, since staff is recommending reducing the sewer volume cap from 14,000 gallons of water usage to 13,000 gallons. Next slide, please. This slide shows the impact on the irrigation meters. And this is for a 2-inch irrigation meter. 2-inch irrigation meter using about 25,000 gallons will increase about $8 using the proposed increasing block rate structure. The increase grows as water usage increases, which is the objective of an increasing block rate structure. So those putting a higher demand on the system will pay more. Next slide, please. Tonight, staff is recommending approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 3 of the Code of Ordinance to adopt an increasing block rate structure for residential and irrigation meters to encourage water conservation, and reducing the residential volume cap from 14,000 gallons to 13,000 gallons with an effective date of June 1st, 2021. And I'd like to thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. I know we've talked about this several times.
Yes.
And I do appreciate your continued enthusiasm when you talk about water. Is there any questions or comments for Ms. Tehan? Councilmember Jun.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Tian, thank you so much for the information that you have provided. And I know last time when we spoke, you had discussed about, we had actually discussed about going to the winter rate. And at that time, you had talked about switching it at this time because you are transitioning to a new software that it might be difficult. But you also talked about that it would cause some sort of disturbance, which we never actually clarified. And then we talked about the I don't have an issue with the usage of water rate, but I have an issue with the sewage rate, the way we charge sewage rate, because as Mr. David Shaw, a citizen, had stated in his email, it shows that we're still charging the citizens for sewage rates that they're not using for. And going to this block rate of going 1,000 gallon reduction incrementally for 5 years, I mean, there's something wrong that if we're charging for citizens for something that they're not using, we should be up and running, correcting that immediately, not incrementally for 5 years. So I have an issue with this structure without going to the winter rate, just because there's a possibility of a change order charge for the software, which we're going to incur at some point anyway.
So, Councilmember Jun, what I would say is it's not just the additional money. Changing our rate structure means that we are going to risk losing the ability to run parallel and losing that ability to test our system and make sure that bills are going out correctly. One thing we cannot afford to do is to lose the public's trust. And if we don't have a way to compare bills from our current system to our new system, we run the risk of sending out bills that are incorrect, and we lose public trust. That is my main concern, is to having the ability to double check ourselves. We've also been told, we went through the implementation of the financial software, and that was a lot of work, and there were a lot of hiccups behind the scenes that we were working through. And we have been told that the utility billing module is even more difficult to implement. And I cannot recommend that we implement a change in the way we are doing sewer until after we implement this software. Also, Mr. Jackson's here, and if you would like, he did actually do some numbers. So he has some information that, if now is appropriate, we can show you some information on what different types of bills would look like. And I would like to share with you, I did actually look at, I looked at 9 different customers, and of them, 4 would benefit and 5 would not. In fact, one person's bill would go up, let me see. One person's bill was going up $137.97, which was a 26.3% increase. Another person's bill was going up $45.97, which was a 13% increase. And then there were some that were going down. They were going down 2.7%. So again, depending on usage, we are going to have people who benefit and who don't. And I think maybe Mr. Jackson, if you could go to the next slide, Julian. Mr. Jackson, would you like to present your few slides?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much for the chance to speak with you all again tonight. I know at the last meeting we discussed the idea of a winter average, and I'd like to talk about that a little bit again. And as Ms. Tien indicated, we have run a few numbers to try to give you a better perspective on what the impact would be on this conversion. Always remember one thing very important about rate making and water and sewer rates. When you change the methodology for how you calculate a customer's bill, you are going to result in a circumstance where some people are going to benefit and some people are not going to benefit. That's really nothing more than simple arithmetic. And so that means it's very important to understand completely and totally what the impact is going to be on your different individual customers. Now, that being said, the winter average is generally considered by the industry to be the most fair, just, and reasonable means of charging for wastewater service. Thousands of cities around the United States do it. The benefit of it is that it does the best job of tying actual usage and actual contribution to the wastewater system with what that person pays. Also, to the best extent possible, it's not perfect, but to the best extent possible, it eliminates the consideration or the concern that a customer is paying for sewage charges for water that is not returned to the sewer system. So there are unquestionably some very significant advantages to a winter average. There are a couple of challenges, though. One of the challenges is that if you convert to a winter average system, you're going to reduce the total amount of billing units that you bill over a year. And that means you're going to have to raise the unit rate. We've estimated initially that if you do a winter average in the next 2 years, you would have to increase the unit rate per 1,000 gallons by as much as 15 to 20%. It's very simple. You're not billing on as many billing units, so you have to bill more per unit in order to collect sufficient revenue. That means if you have a higher unit charge, you're simply going to be charging more for people that contribute less into the system than you do under the current system. And finally, like I said, it's not perfect because here in Texas, we do sometimes, didn't happen this year, but sometimes we have very moderate winters. And if you have a moderate winter where there is going to be outdoor winter use, water use in the winter months, that could adversely affect your winter average. So can I go to the next slide, please? This slide right here is a depiction of the average usage for residential customers by month for the last 12 months. What it shows is as follows. In the winter months, the months that are deemed the winter average months, being December, January, and February, average usage, and this is the average for all users in the city of Coppell. The average is only about 6,500 gallons. See, people in the wintertime, they're only using water inside their home. They're not using water outside the home. But look what happens in the summer months. In the summer months of June, July, and August, you're using as much as 20 to 25,000 gallons a month. So this unquestionably shows that a winter average could be very beneficial in the sense of ensuring that all that excess water usage is not billed sewage charges. It also means that it's very important that we pick the correct months to use to calculate the winter average. Next chart, please. And this is just that same chart from a numerical basis. Wanted to show you that the winter average for December through February is about 6,537 gallons for the residential customers. But the average usage overall for the year is 11,979 gallons. So that does tell us there's a lot of outdoor water usage. If you look at the other two residential classes, the senior citizens and the disabled classes, their winter averages are nominally lower. And that, of course, will be taken into consideration in any winter average calculation. Next chart, please. Okay. On the final three charts, I'm going to show you the general impact of converting from the current system to a winter average approach. On this chart right here, this chart depicts the average residential user in the city. As you can see, that average residential user is using only 5,800 gallons in January, but he's using as many as 22,000 gallons in August. The winter average is 6,537 gallons that he would be charged each month under the winter average system. Look at the difference between the two bills. The monthly wastewater charges under the current rate structure and the monthly charges under the winter average. In the winter months, the average monthly bill is actually going to be higher because they're paying at that winter average number. They're paying $7, $8 more in the winter months. But in the summer months, they're making up the difference. They're paying a little bit less. The reason is that their sewage bills is capped at that winter average of 6,500 gallons, whereas under the current system, it would be going substantially higher per 1,000 gallons. The bottom line is that for the average user, the impact is not that great. That person pays almost just about the same under a winter average methodology over the year as they do under the current methodology. They just pay for it at different times of the year. They pay more in the winter, they pay less in the summer. But the overall impact for the average ratepayer is pretty much a wash, only 2%, and that's virtually margin of error. Next slide, please. Now, let's take a look at your low volume user. This is this is a depiction of a customer that just is a very low volume user, doesn't water his or her lawn very much at all. The winter average is lower, only about 4,900 gallons. But what's happening is they're paying, under that winter average, they're paying a higher unit rate and a higher minimum charge. So the winter average amount is going to be greater in most months. And in the summer months, since they're not watering their lawn, they're not seeing the savings by going to a winter average that they, as opposed to the current rate structure. So the bottom line is, a person that isn't watering their lawn right now is actually, and doesn't use very much water, is actually going to see their bill go up, in this case, by 9% over the year, because they're paying more for the under the winter average methodology, and they're not benefiting from a system where they're not paying for that additional water usage in the summertime that they would be, that is being charged under the current rate structure. Final chart, please. Now this is your high volume user. This is the person that really waters a lot in June, July, and August. Look at 23,000 gallons in July, 33,000 in August, 31,000 in September. That person would pay a little bit less under the winter average system, because their winter average is only 6,500 gallons. And so while they're paying a little bit more in the actual winter months itself, in the summer months, they're paying far less, because they're watering their lawn, but they're not paying sewage charges on that additional water usage. So what happens is they actually benefit. I know this is a lot of numbers, but the bottom line is this. The more you water and the more outdoor water usage you use right now, the more you benefit from the implementation of a winter average. If you're a customer that does not water outdoors and uses very little water, you're just simply going to end up paying a little bit more under a winter average scenario. And that's one of the reasons why we recommended that you wait until for a few years before you actually implement the winter average structure, because as you ratchet down the gallon level from 14,000 to 13 to 12 to 11 and so on, you are gradually equalizing the system so that when you do jump to the winter average system, the benefit or the shock value won't be as great. This analysis assumes that you implement the winter average sometime in the spring of 2023, after the new billing system is put in place, and that is what the impact would be. And that's so these are the charts that we would recommend that you evaluate in determining when would be an appropriate time to convert to the winter average. I don't think it's a question of whether to convert to winter average. I think it's a question of when is the most appropriate time. That's really all the charts I had. I'd be happy to answer any additional questions you have at this time.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Jackson, thank you for that detailed explanation. I understand that if we go to the winter rate, there's going to be some people that's going to be paying more, benefiting by paying less. But I think you're missing the core issue with this matter. And the policy of your argument is this. I mean, we've been charging citizens for sewage rates that they have not been using. And if you say because some people are going to benefit and some people are not going to benefit, but yet still continue to charge people that are not using sewage rate, that's a fallacy. Mm-hmm. How can you justify saying that because some people are going to have shock, that we should continue to charge for people that are not using the sewage rate that we're charging?
So, Councilmember John, what I would say is it costs a certain amount for the sewer system, and that amount is being spread out over everyone. And so we still have to raise the same amount of revenue.
If you need to raise revenue, and if you need to raise revenue to cover the expenses, I understand if you need to raise that. But continue to charge for citizens that are not using the sewage rate just because we're not making up for it. That's wrong for the citizens that are paying for sewage rate they're not using.
Mm-hmm. And it is very typical among cities that as they grow and get larger, they convert from systems where you charge for all water usage to winter average systems. However, the principle that we're talking about is not so much whether or not you implement the winter average, but how do you do it in a way that minimizes the impact on the maximum number of ratepayers? The issue didn't arise overnight. And so sometimes if you try to fix a problem too quickly, you end up causing an unnecessary amount of disruption among your customer classes. That's an issue that becomes more of a policy question, I think, that ultimately only you as members of the council would end up deciding what is the most appropriate time frame at which to implement it. But I'm not disagreeing with you that the system as it exists right now does result in some charges for water that's not returning into the sewer system, and that the eventual adoption of a winter average system will alleviate much of this issue.
And Mr. Jackson, I'm glad you pointed that out, that we've been doing this for so long when we shouldn't be charging citizens for the sewage rate they have been using. And to put it off for another 5 years just because some people might not benefit, I still say that is wrong when we know when we're charging sewage rates for citizens that are not using that certain sewage rate just to balance out. And to continue to do something that we know that's wrong, that's the problem that I have.
I think that we're all in agreement that April of 2023 would be the date that we could move to the winter averaging. We don't have to wait the 5 years. Again, I cannot recommend risking the public trust by implementing a change in the structure right now while we're going through a software implementation. We have consultants who are experts in their field telling us not to do it. They're telling us to wait. As somebody who's went through software conversions, this is not my first software conversion. I cannot recommend that we make a change like this during a software conversion either.
Ms. Yan, when was the first time we were notified of this excessive rates that we were charging the citizens?
John, just 1 second. This is a system that we have been on for a long time. And
since the 90s.
Since the 90s. And this software conversion is going to allow us to move to winter averaging. It is not something that, it's not something that, when we are going out and doing things in setting up rate structures and that kind of stuff, there are different methods to either raise or lower the sewer and water usage to be able to make that difference. We do not measure sewer. We don't measure sewer. So it is the way the system has been, and this conversion is allowing us to move to the next, to a better system. And so it is not an accusatory situation. Mr. Land, do you have something to add?
Just as a reminder, tonight you're voting on an ordinance that deals with the block rates, the issue related to doing winter averaging. As we discussed, we've been given the opportunity to have this discussion because we are changing the system. So tonight, based on the discussions we had last fall, is the culmination of the block rate discussion. Dan has done the analysis to just demonstrate to you, but you have not spent the amount of time on winter averaging that needs to be spent in the overall discussion. That's not what's being asked tonight. From a direction standpoint, we hear winter averaging is where we're going.
And we've talked about that several times.
Right. So for this evening, again, y'all can continue having this discussion about winter averaging. That is not what the vote is on tonight.
And yes.
And so wherever y'all decide to go with that, that's up to y'all as well. As far as the discussion on winter averaging, it is an enterprise fund. We've described this to you several times. We've explained to the public. It is based on users, right? It is based on usage. It is based on it cost X to run the system. That's the bottom line. How the numbers work, the pluses and the minuses, winners, losers, benefits, not benefits, all that kind of good stuff when it comes to winter averaging. He just gave you an example of how it could work. But as far as the ask for tonight is about the block rates, lowering the volume cap, and moving forward with the structure under what you had asked us to bring to you. The council as a whole has not asked us to do anything related to winter averaging. They did ask us as a whole to come forward with the block rate information. So if you want to do something different, it takes 4 council members to vote something differently, and we will be happy to carry out that particular interest.
Mayor?
Just one moment. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Councilmember Jen.
Thank you, Mayor. And for the record, that's the reason why I'm bringing this up, because I'm not sure if all of us understand exactly what we're doing in terms of the rate block that we're changing, which still begs the question. We're talking about benefits and not people that are getting benefit and not benefit, and yet we're still going to charge some people for rates that they're not using. I mean, if we have to increase the base rate to get to where we need to be, by all means, why not? So that we could continue to charge people for exactly what they're, or pretty close to what they're actually using. That's my point.
Thank you. Anyone interested in making a motion? Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem Hill. I'm going to do it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve item 12.
Thank you. Is there a second by Councilmember Long? All in favor?
Long, Hinosa Smith, Mays, Matthew Hill. Opposed? Jen? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. The next, and thank you very much, both of you, for being here for this discussion.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
The next item on our agenda is the city manager's report.
Oh, no, you have an item for the election.
Oh, wait. I'm sorry, I just skipped it over. Kind of important for me. Sorry. There's a few people in the area. Okay, we'll get to item 13. Dang.
Made a lot of people nervous.
I know. Okay, consider approval of election service contracts with Dallas County to conduct a joint election on May 1st in the amount not to exceed $66,827.44 and authorize the mayor to sign. And the city manager to execute any necessary documents. Miss Owen.
Hello, Mayor. Thank you very much. I am here tonight for your consideration of an election services contract. I do want to let you know that Michael Scarpello, the Dallas County Elections Administrator, is on the line, so he will be joining us as well. Just wanted to give you a brief history of the current platform that we are in with Dallas County. Dallas County implemented vote centers in 2019. It took us from the traditional polling places that we were used to seeing throughout the city and moved us into a vote center capability. So what that means is that anybody within Dallas County can vote anywhere within the county. So if you reside in Coppell, but for some reason you work in Seagoville, which is in Dallas County, you can still vote at either location. So there are 3 reasons for the increase to the cost of our current election services contract that is up for consideration tonight. Again, as I mentioned, Dallas County Commissioners Court approved the vote center structure, and we used that in the November 2019 election and again in the 2020 presidential election. In that election, the county utilized 468 vote centers. This number is an increase from the traditional 349 polling places that we did have prior to vote centers. Obviously, the increase was to anticipate the large voter turnout in the presidential election of 2020. The second reason is the county has changed the formula that they use to calculate the cost to each entity. In previous elections, Dallas County would split the cost of each polling place between all the jurisdictions using the polling place. This new formula is based on the total cost of the election of the county, this is countywide, multiplied by the percentage of registered voters. So the registered voters in Coppell specifically. The third reason is there is an increase in pay to the judges and clerks that was approved by the Dallas County Commissioners Court. They each get a $2 increase in pay. So historically, specific to Coppell, the city secretary's office budgets $12,000 for each election, and we anticipate 3 elections per year. So that is a $36,000 budget. Currently, Dallas County is requesting a deposit of $50,000, $50,120.58, and this does not include the cost of a possible runoff election, nor does it include the cost from Denton County. We are in a 2-county system, or we split 2 counties. Therefore, this is only specific to Dallas County. The cost associated with this election has increased significantly, and funds of approximately $55,000 for the cost of the May election will need to be provided by the undesignated general fund balance. I will be happy to hear any questions. And again, Mr. Scarpello is on the line. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We need to make sure that our Senate and House representatives know that this number is increasing dramatically as they look at new ways for us to have elections. Any questions or comments? There doesn't appear to be a whole lot of options. We can talk about buying our own machines. We can talk about having our own elections, but obviously that's not going to work on May 1st. But any questions? Councilmember Jun.
Thank you, Mayor. So I know, Ashley, I think you mentioned that we don't have a estimate for Denton County. So Mr. Scarpello is here. Is this something that only Dallas County is doing in terms of the price structuring, or is this something that's been discussed across different counties?
Directed at me then?
I'm just wondering, the structure of a new rate, is that something that only Dallas County has implemented, or is this something that's been discussed with other counties?
No, let me just add to the previous comment. There was one more reason. There's actually 4 reasons. And the fourth is that we purchased a lot of election equipment in 2019 and 2020 to replace our outdated equipment. And that equipment, as soon as it was purchased, should have been placed on a new price list. In other words, so the county can recoup the cost of buying that equipment. It never was in 2019 or 2020. And of course, as I come into this office, we're doing a lot of cleaning up and changing a lot of the way we do things, and making sure that we're dotting our I's and crossing our T's. And so one of those things that was glaring was the fact that we hadn't changed our price list. So we did change our price list, and so that added to the cost to conduct these elections. As far as that formula goes, the formula in the past was one that a lot of counties used when they were in a polling place type of structure. When we went to vote centers, we looked to the other counties to see how they were doing it. And that is in fact, the formula that we're using is in fact the formula that's used in almost all counties that do conduct vote center elections. In fact, I think it can be argued that this distribution is a much more fair way to distribute the costs. because it's based off of the percentage of voters that are participating in the election. And so now, having said that, I know it's a radical change because that's one of the major elements. And so I guess in the past, certain jurisdictions were getting a break just by the structure. And this structure kind of gets rid of that loophole, unfortunately.
Yes, I do. Mr. Scarpello, I know when Ms. Tony Pippen-Poole, when she was in there, she was trying to implement additional features such as language assistance and things of that nature. I know she was in the process of buying additional software. Now, is this, the rate that you just increased, is this what we see, or is there going to be additional shocker sometime down the road?
I don't think there'll be any additional shocks down the road. In fact, one of the reasons we changed the way we charge for this particular election. Typically, we charge 100% upfront prior to the election, 100% of the estimated costs. In this, because of the sticker shock of this election, we changed that to only have a 75% down payment prior to the election. And the reason we did that is because we're in the middle of some major cost cutting. I'll just give you some examples. We're going away from heavily relying on our vendor to do a lot of the work that we could and should be doing internally. And so instead of paying a vendor, $1,650 a day per person to have them come in and do work that we can pay someone $20 an hour to do, we're making that change. And so that alone, that change for this May election is going to be about a $310,000 savings. And so because we aren't sure of all those savings that we're looking to apply to May, we just don't know what the final number is going to be. So we reduced that down to 75%, and hopefully we never get to 100%. Hopefully it's only like 10% more or whatever it might be after we continue our, kind of drastic cost-cutting measures. And in addition to that, because our hands are tied, and just so you guys know, in every way, my hands are tied on all these decisions that were made for good reason in the past, but there was probably some unintended consequences. So, for instance, under the vote center model, the way the law is written in the legislature is that that we have to use, for this type of election, have to use the same number of vote centers that were used in the presidential. Well, logic would dictate that you wouldn't need as many vote centers because the turnout's going to be a lot less. But because the way the law is written, we have to go through a certain amount of steps to cut those, or to potentially cut those vote centers, in the future. And we just can't do all those steps prior to this May election. So instead, we have to have those 460 plus centers open. But what we're going to do is drastically cut the amount of equipment and the amount of people at each of those vote centers. We just haven't finished finalizing those numbers yet. So hopefully we're going to cut our numbers as much as possible and be as lean and mean as we can.
So this is strictly based on the percentage of the registered voters. Is that correct? So do we get to say how many machines we want during the elections, or is it just based on only your calculation?
Well, it's based on our calculation because you have to keep in mind that a vote center in your city is not just a vote center for your city, it's a vote center for everyone. So because anybody in the county can go anywhere and vote. And so that administration of of how we run those, even if you did cut, say, we want to have less machines than ours, it's going to be only marginal difference because, you're everybody, it's how we distribute the equipment everywhere and not just the ones in your city. Because that's how it was in the past, is like you only paid for the ones and the portions of those vote centers that were within your city. And now you're just sharing the overall cost of the entire election.
And to follow up what you just said, is that before we were charged for, getting our citizens' votes, right? But now we're actually handed down the additional task of taking in voters from other cities. I mean, is that something that you take into consideration to give us some break? Because we're now taking on some of the tests that some other cities should be taking.
Well, and you could make the argument that the other cities are taking on your voters just as well. Someone who's driving into the city of Dallas to work to downtown Dallas might vote in downtown Dallas.
Our city
so it's kind of
less.
hard to make that distinction, and so that's why the majority, or I think almost, I don't want to say everyone, but the vast majority of counties that have implemented the vote center model have used this formula of basing the charges on the percentage of voters that registered voters in your city, and how they relate to the overall number of voters. So in this particular case, you guys have, I think it's 1.44% of the voters in this election. So you've got 1.44% of the costs.
And just following up on what I was saying was that, I mean, our city, compared to a lot of other cities, we're much smaller. If you're talking about number of our voters actually going outside, it's very small compared to a lot of other cities, bigger cities that has the possibility of surrounding cities coming to our city to vote. So that's not really a fair comparison.
Well, so basically what we do is we have the overall cost for the projected costs are $4.6 million, and you guys are 1.44% of that. So the city of Dallas is 33.81% of that. So that, and that's the formula that we've, because we want to follow best practices in the state of Texas, and that's the best practice that is used by the vast majority of counties.
Thank you, Mr. Scarpello. We do appreciate that you are doing this for the entire county and all of the things that are happening in the May elections. Is anybody, Councilmember Long?
Yes, Mr. Scarpello, we appreciate your comments. Let me ask you a question. I noticed in our write-up, our inside write-up, that we refer to it as jurisdiction's election territory. So the county determines what the total territory is, and the county is the one that came up with the formula that you use to separate the various cities.
Yeah, and well, we don't determine the territory. Because this is a joint election, it's who's joining in the club, who are we conducting an election for, and so that even that number, when we had our original meeting in February, it's like here's the potential ones that might participate, and since then that has contracted because a lot of jurisdictions say, well, we could have had an election, someone up for election, but we don't. And so, or we were going to have a bond election, now we're not going to. So that the pool has contracted somewhat since that time. So that territory is based off of who's participating. But as far as the formula goes, yes, we decide.
The county decides the territory.
It depends on who
the formula
who is participating.
The formula based on but someone has to estimate the number of voters, do they not? In the county?
Well, it's not based on the number of actual voters. It's based on the number of registered voters.
Okay.
Because if we had to wait till the actual voters, then we wouldn't be able to put together an accurate forecast because we don't know who's going to vote.
I understand that. So it's registered voters, but the county does that, and then the county comes up with the formula based on that.
Councilmember Matthew.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for City Secretary. As of Friday, you didn't get an estimate from Denton County. Do you have an update for us?
Yes, I do. Thank you. We received the estimate from Denton County late Friday night after the posting of the agenda. That estimate has come in at $5,571.61.
Is that also a percentage of registered votes? Is that how they are estimating? Like,
No, they actually split the cost between the polling places.
oh, okay. So
Yes.
different counties are
That
doing
is
differently.
That is correct. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Are they using the same type of machines? Do you know?
No, they are not. But Denton County has paper ballots, and Dallas County is using all electronic machines.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So if I may, that would, because they're using paper ballots and they haven't bought newer equipment, so their equipment costs are probably significantly lower than ours.
Is anyone interested in making a motion? Just 1 second. Are you ready? Is someone ready to make a motion? Councilmember Mace.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve item number 13.
Is there a second? Councilmember Long. One more question, Mr. Young. Councilmember Young.
Mr. Scarpello, I know this is based on 3 elections estimate. Is that correct?
Sorry.
No, it's just. Oh.
You're on mute, Mr. Scarpello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
No, this is the estimate for the May 1st election.
Just May 1st election only.
Yes.
And so then when there's if there's a runoff election, that whole formula will be, rejiggered because, who's going to participate in the runoff election. And so then there'll be a total amount, what does it cost to conduct that runoff election? And then how do we distribute it based on who the registered voters of those participating jurisdictions.
So if there was a runoff, we'll be incurring additional $66,000
or more.
It depends on the size of the election because we just don't know. Right now, this election has 1.8. The potential, the way the formula works, 1.8 million registered voters. But it could be considerably less. It could be 100,000 based off of 100,000 formula. It could be 500,000, and then we assign the polling places according to the size of the the participating jurisdictions, and then we figure out what our costs are, and then we distribute those costs. So it's basically a whole new formula because it's a whole different election.
And just to clarify that this estimate that's given to us, is that pretty much around this time of the year that we would be getting it?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
This estimate that we got for the price of the election is like this time around every year. Is that pretty much when we will be getting the estimate?
Well, I think that one of the problems, and believe me, I feel your pain on this. One of the problems was this office didn't do a good job of giving people a heads up of when you guys were setting your budget last year. Someone should have been saying, "Hey, just by the way, we got new equipment, we got new formula, we've got new this, that we got increased pay for our poll workers, etc." And we've got this law that's tying our hands with vote centers. So your costs are going to be higher next year. So we didn't give you a heads up. Now, the good news is, semi-good news, I guess, is that price structure is in place now, and it will be fairly stable. But it won't, and we're going to do everything we can to lower our costs. Plus, we're going to explore with what we're going to be putting together as a vote center advisory committee. And that vote center advisory committee in the next couple months is going to be looking at the utilization of our polling places and can we lower them. I think there's still a question in the law of whether or not we have the authority to lower the number of vote centers in an expected small turnout election. In other words, that's the problem right now. We have 468 going in is that's what we had for the presidential. And so should we have 250 this time because it's expected lower turnout. And, so I'm a big believer in performing those analytics to try to be more efficient, but the law didn't contemplate that the way it was written in Texas. And so we're going to talk about that and whether or not there's some flexibility to be had in the future.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Long, Hinojosa, Smith, Mays, Judd, Matthew Hill in favor. None opposed. The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Scarpella, for being with us tonight, and continue to work hard, please, to decrease those numbers, and anything that we can do to help. If there is legislation that you need to have support, please let us know, because that it's just one more thing that we are adding to all of the things that we have to pay for because of legislative action. So let us know how we can help.
You bet, I will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take care.
And thank you, Ms. Owens. Now it's the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to update on several projects. Blackberry Farm has submitted their grade-only permit. They expect us to begin work on the next few weeks. Just remember, this is the project on East Sandy Lake Road, across from the St. Joe's area. Airline, as you know, a few weeks ago we reported that we were being held up by Spectrum and some of the work that needed to happen there. The subgrade stabilization has been underway and should wrap up next week. Paving operations should begin by mid-April. Cambria Wise Way, the construction on that project should begin as far as mobilization within the next couple of weeks, with construction starting near the end of April. Stream G6, the contractor is expected to mobilize the first couple of weeks of April. The intersection improvements, as you know, that's a slow-moving project, a lot of lead time associated with the signal poles. It's expected that work at Southwestern and Denton Tap should begin in the next 3 weeks. And then finally, work in progress. We have the icons on the wall, and the plaques are going to be coming soon. So it's slow and steady, but progress is being made. Mayor, that's the only report that I have.
Thank you. Any questions for the city manager? Turn my mic on. Here are some of the upcoming events. Outdoor entertainment is returning to the park with social distancing and family-friendly events at Andy Brown East. Enjoy the concert from Journey cover band, Infinite Journey, in the Social Square lawn on March 26th. That's Friday from 7 to 9. And for more information, visit coppelltx.gov/parks. The Coppell Arts Center will be hosting Holi, a Indian festival that marks the beginning of the spring season. Join on March 27th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. on the Grove to celebrate and participate in a colorful display of interactive art activities, sip on Indian spice drinks while enjoying dance performances from eminent classical Indian dance school of the DFW area. This item is free, so again, it's from 10 to 1 on Saturday, March 27th. For more information, visit coppellartscenter.com. And then the City of Coppell will host a virtual town hall on Tuesday, April 6th at 6 p.m. The staff will discuss budgeting process, current and upcoming projects, and will answer budgeting questions. The meeting will be live streamed at the city website at coppelltx.gov. For more information, please contact Casey Lay at Lay, L-A-Y, at coppelltx.gov. And then on April 10th, the Waters will be live in a socially distancing main hall at the Coppell Art Center. The Waters honed their one-of-a-kind sound, wandering around the country and soaking in their habitats. Born and raised in Sedona, the Waters developed their eclectic sound after living in several dramatically different cities, including Los Angeles, Denver, Nashville, and now Austin. Seamlessly blending Americana, soul, rock, and jazz, as they have been described as Fleetwood Mac with a horn section. Sounds very interesting. Doors open at 7 p.m. and the performance starts at 8 p.m. Tickets are on sale at the CoppellArtCenter.com. And since we just did an election item, the last day to register to vote for the May 1st election is April 1st. Early voting will begin April 19th and will go through April 27th. Early voting by personal appearance is available for Dallas County residents at Coppell's Town Center. Coppell residents who live in Denton County can vote anywhere in Denton County during early voting. Does that mean that you can't, you have to vote here?
Dallas County residents can vote anywhere in the county.
Okay, then Dallas County residents can vote anywhere in the county, and one of the options is here at Town Center.
That is correct.
Thank you. On election day, Dallas County residents can also vote at Town Center. Denton County residents will vote at Victorious Life Church at 2671 MacArthur Boulevard, Louisville 75067. All of this information and more information is at the City Secretary's page, election page, which is coppelltx.gov/elections. Are there any other events that anybody wants to mention? Councilmember Mays?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, MetroCrest Social Services is hosting their annual Keyholder Breakfast on Thursday, April 8th. Will be conducted virtually. They are celebrating their 50th anniversary as an addition. The event will take place from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., and registration is available through their website. Thank you.
Any other events? Okay, now committee reports. We have a report from Councilmember Wes Mays on the North Central Texas Council of Governments.
Thank you, Mayor. I had an opportunity a week ago to attend a different meeting virtually, and it was a Dallas Regional Mobility Coalition, and I'd always been curious where the COG got a lot of their input and received a lot of their advice. And sitting through the DRMC meeting for an hour and a half, I rapidly understood where the group consists of members from 5 counties in the local Dallas area. And the number of topics they covered, I couldn't even list. I was not taking notes quick enough. But Michael Morris of COG was a member and a presenter, and it was clear that the DRMC was a clear contributor to the philosophy and to the strategies that COG uses. And it was very rewarding to finally get to connect some of the dots about where COG gets their inputs and a lot of their ideas. So it was a very nice session. They meet monthly, and they're still currently meeting virtually. Thank you.
Thank you. And then the Historical Society, Councilmember Long.
Thank you, Mayor.
The society is still not meeting. They haven't met now, I guess, in a year, but there are things going on with the folks. Two things, and I'll make it quick. They've upgraded their website so that it's easier to access. It's coppellhistoricalsociety.com, and a lot of upgrades as far as the content and the ease of use. The other thing that I wanted to mention is the Wilson House interior is now complete, and so they have done the upgrade of the interior. Phase 2 has started, which is the furnishing of the facility. The furniture will be 60s period furniture. They'll follow that up with art and other pieces to round it out. They want to try to make the Wilson House in Heritage Park a museum, and so it'll be open, much like the Kirkland House, but on a different vein. Further, 60s sort of thing, which is when it was in its heyday. And that's my report on what's going on at the society.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any public service announcements? None? Yes.
One thing I would like to add to the waters, those tickets were $30. They're now $15. So if you want to get to see them, then you better spring.
Thank you. There was no action necessary from executive session, so we are adjourned at 9:49. Thank you.